Good morning, everybody. All right. Yeah, Discord audio is up too. So anything interesting this morning at market open? Cat earnings. Eh. Hit a little hard by inflation. Yeah. I'm just trying to find the EPS. So they beat on EPS by 10% with 0.8% beat in revenue. And they're down. Yeah. I'm gonna start buying a lot of BTU today. BTU got hit pretty hard with their coal hedge, but they also paid off a bunch of long-term debt, and their EPS got crushed because of it. The one-time impairment charge T-Dot got hit with. I'm not sure, but I did want to look at that this morning because I was thinking about entering a long position on this. And it got crushed pretty hard overnight. I need to read their 10K and find out. Time to buy BTU calls. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be buying more. I think I'm gonna tighten them up a bit. I'll probably buy more shares at this price. China just lifted the import tariffs on coal too. Yeah, V's got a nice bump this morning. Tesla dead. Yeah, it's not looking good. I think this is surrounding some news that like Elon might get the Twitter deal canceled because of things he said on Twitter that were considered disparaging. Did you read into that? He's specifically not allowed to disparage the company during the like lockup period. What's your floor for GMA? Floor? Like, what do you mean? What do I think we could drop to? I mean, our strongest resistance here is at like 126.70. What happened with Cat earnings beat? I think they're feeling a little bit of a crunch from the supply chain, and also a little backlash from inflation. But yeah, earnings just weren't that fucking bad. So it's kind of ridiculous how far it dropped. It's down almost $10 overnight. It's like fear and misunderstanding to me. Yeah, I think T-Doc's a little undervalued right now. Like 41.1 of the 41.5 EPS reported. Yeah, I don't know what the impairment charge was for. I need to look into that. It doesn't matter if Twitter wants to pick up a cool $1 billion and try to back out of the deal, they can try, and that's what's causing fear, right? Whether you think the remark was fair or not. Yeah, dude, it's like somebody's like short hunting Kathy Woods. I swear to God. Oh no, Pop and Trader. Cat's earnings were good, but yeah, they definitely have some supply chain issues. So we're not really seeing the effect of the earnings, but more the supply chain and inflation for debt. Is BTU, we're talking about BTU Peabody Energy? Yes. What's your thoughts on it? I think it's going to go up. And these prices are very, very cheap. They had they paid off a lot of long-term debt, and they had a like a like from their hedging business, lost hit a loss of like I think it was 119 million. So EPS was way down this quarter. Can BBBY drop to 11? Um, the next resistance to the downside, which is a pretty strong one, is like right here at like 13, between 13 and 1250. I would be surprised if it could hold those levels for very long. They are really working overtime on crushing the price of BBBY though. They're doing kind of all the things on BBBY that they normally do on GameStop. Yeah, I'm not. I agree. I'm not worried about cat. Also, my calls are pretty far dated, so and at like 210, I don't think a bounce back's gonna be that hard to hit. Didn't think I'd be able to buy BBY cheaper than RC either. Time frame for BTU recovery: 3 to 6 months, 6 to 12. Mm, I would say 6 to 12. I mean, I'm in the play for. I'm planning on about a year and a half, but I'm definitely not going to miss this opportunity to average down. This is below my initial buy-in by a few bucks. Made money on an overnight Facebook call. Double down on it. I'm going to confirm a bottom on it. Obviously, I'm not just pile in at market open, but made money on an overnight Facebook call. Double down on Apple or GME 510C. I don't think you're gonna make a lot off GME 510s right now. How's Apple doing? Mm, could be bouncing, provided the SPY does as well. That actually doesn't look too bad for him. Oh man, I need some coffee. That's in July 220, cat. Why so far out of the money at this point? Doesn't seem a little suspicious with how hard they're trying to crush BBBY. I suppose. I mean, I I feel like there's some correlation between what we saw occur with GameStop back in like January with what we saw happen a couple days ago on BBBY and since. Like that big, you know, Delta exposure covering and then massive crush. Um and it's similar to kind of similar to what I think happened on GameStop. So if this was bullshit, like this buyout offer, which did seem to be, at least confirmed by the people considering the offer. But that was what I don't like about it, is it's like a consideration of an offer, which is bullshit, right? It's like a rumor. Even though the news came from the company directly from Cerberus, um, it's still not like an official offer, right? It's just like, oh, hey, we're looking at this, but not here's a contract for a buyout. Um, and what we do see is we see market makers cover a bunch of delta here, which is what we saw in GameStop when they announced like the bullshit NFT marketplace thing. And I think it's some kind of swap entry. I'm not sure what, but whatever it is, I think it gives them the leverage to crush the price. Because I mean, look at GameStop post Jan 7, right? After it just kind of ran out of nowhere. Right here. And we just had that bump, and then the price just got absolutely crushed. Did somebody say coffee? Cheers, mate. Thanks, Bithead. So I think they're employing the same strategy here on BBBY, which could mean some super cheap prices, right? I mean, when that happened, we went from like 130 all the way down to fucking $80. Not only that, it's right in line with like the same time period past futures expiration. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but I guess I could check. Um, Futures expiration on GameStop was out here on 12/17. So that was 14 days, 21 calendar, and then BBBY. We had March 17, March 18. See, this is 35 days, which is also kind of interesting. 24 calendar, yeah, 35 calendar days. So not the same time frame. Close, but not the same. I mean, at worst for BBBY, OPEX, right? It still runs on the OPEX cycle, the same as GameStop does. Cost to borrow and borrow rate be the best? I don't know. BBY has quite a lot of shares available to borrow. Um, Maybe the best indicator would just be shares being borrowed. Although its liquidity in ETFs is arguably higher because it's in the Russell 2K. T-Dot just halted. Oh shit. Why? Oh, that's it. Uh, is there a way to track only extended hours trading? I think so on TradingView, but I'm not sure how to do it. Thanks, Screw, for everything. I'm learning options. Only problem is I can't get approved for options level 2 anytime soon, and I'm too broke for covered calls. I mean, there's brokerages that have higher rates of approval for like level 2 options. Like TDA, WeBull, uh Tastyworks are all a lot easier to get approved on than like Fidelity. Volatility halt. Yeah, it's interesting. I want to get a position here, but I don't want to. 25 million shares sold short. The company recently reported that it has 24.92 million shares sold short. Interesting. Huh. I think what's more interesting is the correlation between pandemic shorts and pandemic like longs and watching these two kind of inverse now. Like T-Doc, Peloton. think my portfolio is too BBBY and CERN heavy. I mean, it's definitely too CERN heavy. Buy BTU? Yeah, I'm going to be picking it up. Trying to average over the next few days while it's down a bit. Well, picking up more, I should say. I already have quite a bit. Thoughts on SPY for today? Give me a second. I just want to see what the fuck is going on with this. Because I don't want to miss an entry if it's going to just like rip out of nowhere. Imagine shorting T-Doc at 290. SPY, let's see how she's doing. Still kind of just sitting on 420. If I see a little turnaround, I might play some like 421 or 422 calls for another test of 425, but right now it doesn't look so great. Who has 24.29 million short? I have no idea, but TDoc reported that as their short interest on their stock. Interesting that they seem to have access to that information. It's 16% of their float. It's pretty high, yeah. CLVR C plus 35 coming up tomorrow. Thoughts? I mean I bought back into like $2 the $2 leaps, so it's we'll see what happens. I have like 10 of them. Yeah, it was 420 this time last year, but it was, also 420 in a raging bull market. Record date for the annual meeting was 4/11, one day before block trade started to happen. Stock buyback? Explain why they waited. Did they implement a stock buyback? Or like a stock buyback proposal? Because that would make sense then. What do you think is the better deal? Overly low price, GME or BBBY? I mean, GME is still a little expensive at this price. BBY very cheap, right? I wouldn't say GME is cheap unless it's below 120. Portfolio is CPA friendly. Spy down to 417. Oh, 419. I don't know. It kind of just reminds me of what it was doing back here. But a little further down. Is this 314? Cat June 220s. I mean, 220s are just kind of far out of the money. I don't mind 210s, but what if you could get 200s in like the next day or so? Like if it falls back to this support. I mean, 202 already. This is a strong resistance here at like 202.50, but I wouldn't look at 220s unless like Cat was popping back up above like 208, 210. It's very risky to play like the like a move in the outer channel on cat when you're trading on the inner channel, right? So if this is like 210 to 230 or 220, right, and this is 200, it's very risky to play calls for a break of this when you're trading here. I'm not saying cat can't climb back up, but that's dangerous. Did on Oxy. I think oil's gonna start kicking off a bit more soon. Probably at the next Fed rate hike. Feel like the SPY is gonna rip tomorrow, while most will expect a Friday sell-off. I don't really think I expect like a sell-off. I kind of just expect more chop. Doc turning around. Could be. All interest is dropping a rock. July. Should have done more TA on this last night. I mean, this is the cheapest it's been since 2017. It's kind of hard to pass up. It didn't even drop this low after like during like Volmageddon. Hmm. Kroger's cheap right now too. Yeah, Oxy's starting to run into resistance now. Fell through and bounced back up to the upper part of this resistance here, 50 to 54. Hmm. I'm still thinking about T-Doc. I don't know how much time I want. I feel like a lot, and I feel like I also have maybe time to get back into it. I really don't like buying right after the volatility post earnings, but the price is very cheap. I think I'll just be patient. That's the best bet. Dude, everything had a pretty decent overnight run and then just tanked this morning. I know you're data driven and I love respect it, but with T-Doc, do you ever just trust your gut when it doesn't feel right? Yeah, it doesn't, right? The data supports it not feeling right. The 41 like dollars per share. That should have been fucking priced in forever ago. Kathy Wood's buy-in last week and then or this week, and then the immediate tanking of the stock. It's just I don't know. There's a lot of weird shit going on there, right? The company reporting its own short interest. You have to search their 10Ks, yeah, and see if they or you can try checking the news. It might have gotten announced. Short history lesson on T-Doc. I mean, they're a telehealth company, but like uh peak pandemic, one of the largest ones. I don't think telehealth is stopping anytime soon, right? If anything, the pandemic simply uh, livened up that marketplace. Like people don't want to go wait in doctors' offices for fucking 2 to 3 hours or go to the emergency room for simple ailments, right? It lowers not only the cost of healthcare for insurance, it gives doctors more billable hours. I mean, it's a good industry. Roku straddle, that might not be a bad idea, but how much of the like streaming revenue loss is already priced in? Yeah, patience for sure. But the other way of looking at the 6 billion goodwill cut from a 12 billion on the merger is they still value it at 6 billion and the market cap at 30 is well under five. Yeah. CVS has its own telehealth. They do. BTU turning around. Probably. Hmm. CSP at 13 for this Friday on BBY good? Probably. I mean, good in the sense that it might just be like free premium. How much are they? My only problem with these is they're just not worth that much, right? Like a $13 CSP is $10. or 10 cents a share. It's not that big of a savings. I mean, you're buying at 12.90 if you do, if you, and you very likely won't get assigned. They're pricing in a negative delta of like 0.07. I mean, even 13.5s have an extremely low rate or low chance of going into the money. That's an AVY. They look good. Going up. Maybe like a 192 target. Buy and hold, I assume, Carl. Ooh, Veru is taking a hit today. SST did weird shit overnight. GME falling back to its resistance again. Yeah, HD is holding steady. 305s are starting to look okay. I'd still like to see it hit like 310 before I bail on my calls. They were pretty expensive, so I'm not gonna set up a stop loss at 306. If I had shorter dated calls, I'd probably set up a stop loss, but I don't. So I'll wait on it. The only thing green in my port are my covered calls. Yeah, they're both still on reg show. I mean that doesn't really matter for XRT, but it does matter for SST. I sold a $17 CSP for next Friday a couple days ago. I thought for sure it wouldn't get assigned, even though it was in the money. Well, it looks like you might. Does your premium cover the price difference? We expect a hard bounce on it too, like with JMA. I mean, we'd expect OPEC cycles to occur, which already occur on BBBY. The biggest difference between BBBY and GME right now is they're both manipulated the same way. They're both shorted the same way. BBBY probably doesn't have an over short position as extensive as GameStop. They have more liquidity, so their FTDs are more easily managed. But BBBY is trading, at 1/8 of its book value, and GameStop is trading, at its book value, if not a little bit above it. No, they're not going to cancel the stock split. Is Cat tightening up for a big move? It's hard to tell because it's kind of illiquid, but it does look like it's finding a floor at 202.50. This is not my best chart for Caterpillar. I don't like. Give me 1 second. Bum, bum. So this is the next big resistance on cat here. 208 right now on this like descending trend. So we'll see if it finds support here, right? But it does look like it could keep going down. If it comes up and gets rejected at like 207 and starts to fail again, I would be looking to bet on the downside. Like I'd be getting $200 puts. I think cat could push up at all today. I have June 220s and I want to get out. I mean, I would see if it is able to push back up through 210, right? If it's able to push back up into that higher channel, up there you go, up here, then another test of 220 is pretty likely. Obviously, reported short percentage is mostly bullshit, but for what it's worth, BBYs is higher than GME. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Esrel, you can check the news or you can check their filings to determine if they've implemented a share buyback program. Chances vary against FDA approval for a drug that treats addiction to buying weeklies. You can contact Gamblers Anonymous. Is August 30C good to average down now? I mean, I think at these prices, yeah, you can definitely average down some calls. I have August 30Cs also. Is BBY going to buy back more shares if it keeps going down? I mean, I hope not. They they have debt that they need to pay off. So this is like one of Ryan Cohen's complaints, right? Is that they're buying back shares when they should be paying off their debt. They're not really in a healthy position to be buying back shares. And so all you're seeing there is you're seeing the board and like C-suite execs buying back, using profits to buy back shares in order to increase their own like share value, right? Instead of doing what's good for the company. I mean, the market makers aren't really pricing a move below 14, so do with that what you will, I guess. I don't know if I have BBY's like delta neutral data for today, but I think it's trading way under delta neutral. Or it was as of yesterday. I know I posted it yesterday. Oh, that's today's post. Sorry. Yeah, gamma neutral on BBBY is still up at $18. Delta neutral at 1953. So yeah, I don't know how much longer these prices are going to last. We also don't know exactly how influenced BBBY stock price is by its options chain, so we don't know how much it's going to adhere to its open interest. Whereas like GameStop's extremely illiquid, so it adheres to its open interest stats very well. Would you like to see Jimmy bounce? Like, not a prediction. What price point would you best support your current plans? What do you mean? It's a really weird question. I don't know how to answer that. Where would I like to see it bounce on the downside? I mean, I would have hoped that it would have held 126.70. But I mean, this is the same low that it's been trading in for the last 2 days. So if it just stabilizes here again, that's not so bad. What's weird is that the market's not really dropping with it, right? GameStop's kind of dropping independently of the market. There wasn't a gap. It's just TradingView shows one because it doesn't have complete market data. Does this mean obligations accumulation? It could, if it persists. I mean, I'm okay with it going back sub $100. They borrowed a shitload of shares this morning. Well, it's not that if it keeps falling, it's if they keep shorting it, right? If they keep using creation and puts in order to drive the price down because they're not borrowing real shares, right? We're not seeing an uptick in borrow rate. That indicates a buildup of obligations for next OPEX. Holy shit, I'm tired. Will BBBY go below 10? I mean, probably not. Definitely not anytime soon. I should have held my 128s longer. Fair. My ultimate fantasy is the merger, CERN's merger failing as GME is under 100, and I dump a cool 6 figures into calls. That's. I hope it happens for you. Popster and Trader. On the last cycle, we didn't see a jump in borrow rate until near the end of the cycle. No, actually, we started to see the borrow rate come up immediately after XRT was reg showed, along with utilization. So as of Jan 7th, if you can go look at the utilization charts that everyone's posted on Reddit. But after Jan 7th, utilization shot up, as did the borrow rate. So as soon as XRT hits threshold, and if you look at entropy on XRT, they started using XRT heavily to short in October. And it didn't get put on the reg show list till December futures expiration. I think this started happening around October 24th, which was one of our big FTD days. Jimmy under 126. Where's the next expected support? It's right there. It's at 122.68. Enjoy the narrative as cat is an inflation hedge, while the news also says inflation claims another victim. I mean, aspects of their business are not helped by the increase in inflation, but they're still a good company. They're not going anywhere. And their revenue and EPS were both up. Imagine that you bought a put position on Cat at 230, and a post earnings shitty news article might net you an extra $10 a share. Does utilization really have anything to do with an increase in price, or are they just correlated? They're just correlated. I mean, eventually it has to be covered, right? So in the future, from the point of increased utilization, it will cause a price increase. There is causation there, but not from the point of utilization rising up. That's on everyone's mind, I think. Would you consider endorsing the iBidet? Assuming, of course, that it doesn't. Apple's not going to make a bidet. STV's Weenus. Why are they trying to bring Jimmy new investor here from Kansas City, Missouri? Who's trying to bring new investors into GameStop? Imagine if you'd piled puts on IWM while it was at 200. I mean, did you? Are you quitting your job? Are we doing finance things full time, dork? So negative 40. So I need to read more into what the fuck's going on there. But yeah, it had to do with their merger, and it should have been priced into their stock price already. GME price action suggesting back to phase C. It could be, yeah. We're definitely moving into a range that would consider the 126.70 support broken. Back to accumulation now, right? But also accumulation of short positions, which I don't know about you guys, but that's more exciting to me than us chopping at 126 for fucking 2 months with no, potential on the horizon. Up to Twitter open options. I mean, they'll be valued based on the merger price of what is it, 154.20 or whatever. It's too early to know, but it looks like June. Just because May is quickly approaching and obligations are at a minimum. So load the spring. Yeah. In hindsight, man. You know what else was safe? 170 3 weeks out. Um, so we're taking a step back on Wyckoff. I mean, we can, yeah. But we would just be re-entering an accumulation period, right? So if phase D fails, I mean we can use that once we find a floor to determine, where our next spring and test are. Yeah, no problem, Ryan. Glad I got out of my CSPs, but your play made you way more money than mine. Way more percent than mine. Oh. CCs? Toasty? Where are all the people asking you just 2 days ago why you're not in GME calls? Well, because I was waiting for something like this. you know, where the market's not really dropping that hard, but they're fucking tanking GameStop. We're on track to hit SSR today. Any thoughts on Amazon earnings? Um, I don't know what they're gonna say. What's the downside risk? I mean, the downside risk is massive, right? Like 2,100 potentially, which would be fucking crazy. But buy some just out of the money puts and see what happens. Curious. I already have a put hedge against my position that I bought for Google's earnings because I thought Amazon earnings were the same day. But I wonder if I should get out of the money ones. It's really right on resistance though. Took my CSP on paper money or printing. Nice. Thoughts on Cat Max fan being at 225. This feels like someone had a big short position and decided to be a bad loser. Probably. A little bit of that. Doubled down my BBY this morning. Cost base is now 15. Dude, nice. Are you pumped like I am that they're shorting us hard again? I mean, I like it. Yeah. Were Amazon only profitable last earnings because they sold their ownership in Rivian? It was a big. Their Rivian position was a big part of why they showed a profit last quarter. Yeah. I think a big part of what's going to hurt Amazon with inflation is that the individual sellers are pricing in inflation better than, you know, local stores are. And so local stores are appealing to people more because the items are cheaper there. For the first time in a long time, I mean, I can go to like Costco and get something cheaper than I can get it for on Amazon or Best Buy or GameStop. Like I bought RAM at GameStop, the exact same RAM that I would have bought on Amazon for like $30 less. Because Amazon doesn't really sell anything, right? And everything's up to individual sellers. And those individual sellers are being hurt by inflation. They're raising their prices. And then because of the competitive nature of Amazon pricing, those prices are everyone's trying to leapfrog each other. You think RC would support the Bye Bye Baby spinoff? Probably, depending on the terminology, but anything that would get BBBY the money to pay off their debt. How far out do CCs get dangerous for getting called to due to another run? Like May 20th. Is the rad play dead? Today's the day that they're supposed to announce whatever they're doing, right? If we bounce back to 126 by end of day, would that suggest that we could still be in phase D? As long as we don't trade a significant amount of volume to the downside, then yeah. Like, price action can slip trends. It doesn't necessarily, I mean, the trend is broken right now, right? But it doesn't mean that the price can't go back into the trend, right? Like, the trend still exists, even though this occurred. But I mean, right now it's broken. Unless we climb back into it, it is dead. Uh, I mean, these. I think I sold these CCs at the same time. They're up 80% about. So I mean, you could buy them back, but why? The price is still dropping. Why not get the other 20% out of them? You want to roll them down? Mm, I don't think, did he say his clients are massively short? Give me 1 second, guys. It usually takes a couple months for a buyout to play out fully, like the legend. You think Apple will beat? I don't know. You guys ask me this shit about earnings, and it's just why I don't fucking know. No one knows. That's why they make estimates and they speculate. Anybody's guess is as good as anybody else's how an earnings is going to turn out. It's a complete gamble. You can make money, trying to sell IV Crush and stuff like that, but none of it's guaranteed. All of it carries some degree of risk. I'm not buying anything on Cat right now. It's at support, but it could fall down. How do you sell CCs when we just dump hard like this? Farther dated and out of the money? My strategy, I just sell like covered calls on whatever short weekly run ups we have for the next week or for the current week. I don't sell very many at a time. The most profitable way to do it would be to time the peak of the run perfectly and then sell CCs out at the money or slightly in the money for like 30 or 45 days. But the risk there, though, is that something happens, right? There's a catalyst and we move up into a higher price channel and that you've mistimed the peak. So right now I have 30 CCs for the current week, 30 CCs for the following week. And so, I'm selling one. The first one I sold on a peak, like an intra week high. And then, that's sold for the following Friday. And then, either near the end of the week or the Tuesday rise in price, I sell one out the next following Friday. So kind of just leapfrogging each other like that. That way I never have too much exposure if we do run. I don't know why anyone would get all fuddy about the drop. Maybe they forgot how cheap 90Cs were a few weeks ago. My account went from 85K with less than $1,500 in cash to 41,000. Nice, dude. Yeah, I mean, I don't think people are being super funny. I think people are more than any big drop or breakdown from a resistance in the past. I think people are looking for opportunity. So eagerness seems to be the emotion, at least the one that I'm seeing. There's a lot more greed than fear in this dip. They could do it around May OPEX or slightly after May OPEX. Frankly, I don't think they're going to do shit until the split is actually announced. I still have my cat 210s. I don't have a lot of them, but I have a few. But I think, I mean, yeah, I think it's still channel locked, but it could fall down into the lower channel, which is why I'm not re-entering anything right now. How does Ryan Cohen predict these dumps? The same way we do? And we have negative delta, higher put call ratio, and the market's tanking. If we kept up our pre-market gains, we were looking really good for a move back to like 132, but nope. Like if the market had kept pushing up today, we would have seen the inverse of this, I think. But with the lack of interest from active funds, that gave them an opportunity to bring the price down. They also borrowed a shitload of shares this morning. I definitely made money. Yeah, I got that. 8,500 to 41,000. It's good. Good. Muted on Discord. Oh shit. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was still muted over there. T-Doc dead? I don't know about that. Was it continuing to fall? A little bit. Should sell some more CSPs. See if I can get filled. I don't think the company is dead by any means. Is there a chance BBY may run a month before GMA? It's possible. Although, I mean, the actual run up on BBBY was here in March, like at the March OPEX run. So this year it's run the same as GameStop. Last year it did too. Although March wasn't all that impressive last year. But I mean, this is May OPEX of last year on the 26th. So it's stayed even with the shift, it stayed in line with GameStop. I'm sure it's in the same like net short position, right? It's a failing retailer. Can you show the Wyckoff chart? Even if you consider that a high, I mean, we still haven't found a low. Our next major resistance is at 107. I'm not muted on Discord anymore. I'm just behind in chat. What was your question? Do you think RC wants to keep his BBBY ownership stake below 10% or maybe average down? I think he wants to keep his ownership lower than 10%. I think the share buyback might have taken him a little bit over that. But a lot of his ownership is in options, so his physical ownership of stock is still below 10%. PayPal is definitely a boomer stock. It just looks like shit. I mean, I know everyone wants us to bounce back to like 118, but it may not. Are there earnings tonight? Rite Aid will make me rich? Dude, that's a fucking loose gamble. Chances are Rite Aid's not gonna make anybody rich. The whole point is that you can have exposure to the potential without really losing a lot of money. This, the buy side imbalance, this is mostly bullshit. It's settled out at the end of the day, but no, it's generally not that high. What is it on T-Doc? Is it absurdly high? God damn it, why didn't I save this? Need this in there too, because I... Oh wait, we're supposed to be checking something. This was for Doc. Did I not add it? Damn it. Yeah, it's really not that bad. But yeah, I would say there's a lot of accumulation on T-Doc at these prices. I don't think it'll stay this low that long. What if Jimmy does a share buyback? I mean, they don't have that much money to do a big share buyback. And wouldn't they want to do that post split to get the most shares? If they're using it to entice in new hires, especially if those new hires don't know anything about the stock market, um, offering more shares is always enticing. You know, if I was going to offer you like 1,000 to hire you, or 7,000, and you didn't know shit about stocks, which a shocking number of people who work in tech don't, and yet are paid largely in shares. Do you think what Bill Huang did was unique? Probably not. He must have gotten the idea from someone, right? One oh seven's our next big support. Listen to the silverback space. What the fuck is that? DNA NFT dividend part was from the conference in reference to the 510 gang that was watching. Of course, you only read the last part. That's not how you YouTube silly hugs. I read the part about you YOLOing all your money into RAD. Which is concerning. Delta neutral today? It's in the daily DD. Like 134.75, 134.74, somewhere around there. What's your opinion on the quality of assumptions we can make off real-time public data with delays, HFT, dark pools, etc.? Are we seeing what they want to show us or natural market moves? I mean, first of all, you stay away from stocks that have a lot of high frequency trading going on. So that's not a big concern. Retail doesn't really move money, right? Like if everyone is together and on the same page doing the same thing, yeah, we can move mountains. But in the vast majority of the market, all you're seeing is institutional money being moved around, pulled and redeployed and shifted from one sector to the next and speculating on one thing or the other. So you're not really seeing the realization of retail interest, right? Except as it is realized through things like pension plans and stuff like that. So I would say most of what we see in the market is exactly what we would expect to see, which is institutional movement. I will say, and I do want to actually go back and back test something. Since I've started swing trading, my profit percentages are much higher, which would indicate that in the short term price realization is reduced, which would make sense given what we know about dark pools and PFOF. So, if anything, dark pools and PFOF hurt day trading the most. Like intraday day trading. Unless you find something illiquid and you know when the dark pools dump. HT's doing good, right? Like, calls are up. Yeah. Hitting 310. That's what I mean. This is what I was waiting for. So I'll probably set some stops up. Hold on, I lost my place in chat. I don't know much about it, Kyle. I was answering your questions, Subway Cup. BCG Consulting Basket? That's like every fucking company in America. Have you ever walked up to a woman and told her, "Welcome to the demand zone"? No, but I love it. I will use that. I wonder where. I'll have to go to like a bar in the financial district. Otherwise, it's just gonna miss. What the fuck is a silverback meeting? Are you guys going back to Twitter to listen to financial information again? Don't do that. Those people are fucking morons. Isn't today supposed to be when Spearpoint starts giving numbers on their hostile market tender offer for RAD? That's what they said, yeah. But probably not during market hours, right? Unless they're just like trying to pump and dump the stock. 30 of their ETNs today. I wonder if they're managing their own mistakes or if someone else has been abusing their instruments. That's a good question. Probably a little bit of both. Did you ever lose your bankroll when you first started trading? No. Luckily, I did not blow up my account. I blew up a lot of paper accounts before I got good at not blowing them up. I understood Lauer's tweet correctly. He literally says the exact opposite about options. What? The abstract from that paper says don't buy zero DTEs. I find it funny also that Yahoo came out with like retail options losses last night over the last year. It seems like the push to keep retail out of options is quite alive. How do you feel about a long position on BA here? I like JPM a lot right now. Boeing. I mean, it's pretty fucking cheap, right? Is this because of that? Shut up, Boeing. It can slip a little more into this resistance at like 142. I don't think it's going to see like 115. Like 142 looks like a low. I don't feel comfortable selling CCs right now. RC knows the cycles and will drop the marketplace to try and break it. I think he would drop the marketplace if he knows the cycles and understands them. Then he would wait until obligations had peaked before dropping the marketplace, right? He would wait until they have to cover. So he'd wait until the end of quarter two. Oh. I wonder if I should stop out here. Tough. I'll just sell like a stop. So Tara Bull doesn't provide great financial advice. Jesus Christ. I'm imagining a bar in the financial district is just a bunch of fin bros taking turns finger gunning at every woman and saying, "Welcome to the demand zone." Yeah, I mean, plus a lot of cocaine. Silver spear point? Do you think I just sit around making up financial pickup lines, hot body trash Dan? Spear point webinar is already happened, is happening. Oh, okay. Was RC's tweet about an eye bidet a reference to you? I don't know. I mean, the man probably just likes to have a clean asshole. I'm going to wheel on main account and buy play options on a paper account. I don't like buying options with real money currently. That's fair. Get comfortable with it. That's absolutely the right approach, is to be cautious. Would it be profitable for Bed Bath and Beyond to carry higher end sheets, towels, etc.? I don't shop there because it seems like their product lines are lower quality. It could be, and they I think in the past have discussed opening up a chain of stores that catered to a higher income bracket, which would be a good idea, especially with potential for a recession on the horizon, right? As those people in that income bracket are less affected by economic downturn. Rich get richer, poor get poorer. You know how it goes. It wouldn't be a bad move for them to make. Either in their stores already, or splitting off another store, right? Because I mean, it'd really be best to have fresh branding on something like that. Yeah, I mean, if Intel and Apple have decent earnings, and AMD is primed to have good earnings, it could be. It also could just be that they've shorted it to the point that they want to short it to, and so it's just stagnating. I don't really think he's keeping them off the trail. I mean, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, right? If you think they're trading based on RC's fucking tweets, they're not. SSD seemed at resistance at 1475 during pre-Mac. Is that resistance level relevant during regular hours? Probably not. 15's relevant. During the big GME runs, it would be good to sell some deep out of the money CCs to profit off of volatility, i.e. last run to 200. Jan 23,950 went for 12. Now it's down to 3. Seems easy, safe premiums. Yeah, they are. They're low. I mean, you could have sold at and near the money covered calls for that same time frame for like 5,000 a call. You know, you could have sold like 250s for a fucking obscene amount for Jan 2023. So I mean, relative to the rest of the chain, no, but it's very safe. Yes. But so would have been 500s or 350s, especially after we saw the gamma neutral spike. Your other shares cost more than 125, Colin Janaes? Yes, yes, I do think that. Well, you're not 100% wrong. I would love for BBY to sell high end stuff. I have to buy all my rich person stuff online, and I can't see, touch, etc. Yeah, I agree. Uh, a higher end home store. I mean, you have like Williams Sonoma and like Nordstrom's, but Nordstrom's isn't really, most locations don't really have a home store. You have Bloomingdale's, which does to a degree have a home store, but even their product lines aren't super high quality. At least for their home store, it's eh. There's definitely a market for that. We'll just start it. Fuck Bed Bath and Beyond. Let's go. Let's fund it. Let's do it. High end home stores. We go back to my place and do some cellar boxing. I'm alright. I like going into people's basements who I don't know. Well, I don't actually like going in anyone's basements. Basements are gross. Can anyone tell me, has it been decided that a 10 to 1 dividend is more likely? No, it hasn't been decided at all. They're simply increasing the count of shares available in their corporate charter. They have not announced a split ratio. Kabubu go as low as the 1070 range. Very like when. It's very unlikely. Yes, they can push the price of the stock down, but it's already pretty fucking low. I mean, it's equivalent to, the last couple months of price action on GameStop. It's trading at like the levels GameStop was trading at when it was trading at 90 and 87. It can fall down into like the 13 $12 range, but frankly their earnings just weren't that fucking bad. And if big money has the opportunity, especially big money that just got out at 30 and $28, has the opportunity to buy back in at 12, they definitely will. Yeah, I mean, Bloomberg reports retail ownership in brokerages.
So brokers report the number of shares held in accounts at their brokerage to Bloomberg, and then Bloomberg reports those as retail ownership. But that's he's 80% that the Adam Aaron is discussing of the float that is owned by retail. It's it's a kind of a misnomer. Retail owns 80% of the shares available for retail to own. They don't actually own 80% of the float, right? So outside of institutional ownership and insider ownership, which insider ownership is minimal, and like index mutual funds and pension funds, outside of these shares, right? The shares still available, retail owns 80% of, or did. I mean, I don't think that number is probably true anymore. So it's spin, right? It's not, it's information being presented in a way to make it sound like something it's not. What sort of options plays are you interested in BBBY? Right now, I'm just interested in picking up like at the money and well, like between $15 and $20 calls for August, and I might pick up some more $20 leaps for January. My BTU calls plus 100% so far. Finally made some money. Nice, dude. Yeah, I sold a bunch of CSPs on BTU this morning. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna get assigned on them, but my calls that I bought with the premiums are up. Also averaged down some of my other call positions while it was cheap. I'm still very, very bullish on BTU. Nothing's changed. If the goal is to sell and buy back CCs for smaller profits multiple times a week, would you sell weeklies? Well, here's the deal. If you're selling further out, right, they're not going to generate profit as quickly. So like if you're, let's just use GameStop cuz we're looking at it. So if you're selling like a 125 for this week, it's like 206, right? Versus say a 125 for May 20th, which is 10, 15. Don't sell these. This is just for use as an example. These are very close to the money and pretty risky. But this one is going to go to zero on a downturn in price very, very quickly. If we drop to 120, this isn't going to really drop that much. It might drop, like it'll shed some of its intrinsic value, but it'll still have, Vega, IV, and Theta, most importantly, propping up its price. So, this should in relation only drop the value of the weekly call. So this will be like 809-ish. I mean, other outside factors can change this, but you know, whereas this is going to go to zero in the next 2 days. So you're keeping your risk on the table longer by waiting out, a May 20th versus a weekly. And that's why I generally only sell weeklies on GameStop, or at most like 2 weeks. And not even, really I'm selling from like Tuesday to not the current Friday, but the following Friday. That way I capture a little bit of that theta value, Obviously, the premium on those farther dated contracts is very attractive, but you know your risk is higher the longer you're exposed to upwards price action. Finally got enough BBY to sell a CC on the next run. Thanks for all you do. Awesome, man. Congrats. Nice pop, CERN. YouTube protecting the Kenny Loggins copyright. Did BTU break upwards out of a Head and Shoulders? Hmm. On what time frame? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it hit its neckline. So, a bounce here is also just, you know, institutions are just going to fucking pile in on BTU at $22. Bullish on Vero? I'm not in it right now. What's it doing today? Yeah. Seeing a bit of a sell-off. Maybe back to like 1090. It's just it's kind of consolidating. I think mostly people are waiting on more news to come in. They applied for like the accelerated approval thing through the FDA. If that hits, it's gonna rocket. But I don't know if they'll get approved or not. I know this last run was approval from like the EU stage 2 trials. Cat 220 May dead. Do you think this strange reaction will correct itself over the next few days? It could. I mean, as long as it's holding its resistance. And it's actually climbing up a little bit. It already tested 205 today. I mean, their earnings weren't actually bad, right? Like they beat earnings and EPS estimates. So we might just be seeing like a short position getting out. You know, maybe somebody shorted up at like in the 230 range, 225 range, just using this like post earnings opportunity to get out. If it continues to climb up, if it breaks 210 in the next couple days, you know, it looks good for another test of 220. If it doesn't, if it fails, you know, I would look to the downside. Cat's kind of illiquid, so, you know, it's volatile. I don't want to say it's volatile, but it kind of is. It has fairly unique movement. I'm such a pro investor that everything in my watch list is green except the things I have positions in. What do you think of BlackBerry? Price is disgustingly low. Is their IP worth investing in? Jesus. Sure. I haven't looked at like valuations for them for quite some time, but the price is cheap. I mean, there's not much more room to the downside. I mean, if we have a market crash, sure, but outside of that, I don't know. I just don't want to bag hold the fucking stock for 2 years while I wait for something to happen. At least something like GameStop, I can like actively make money in, even if I am holding it for 2 or 3 years. I'm such a pro investor that everything. Real talk, how are we all so jacked about a GME NFT marketplace when it's clearly unanimously despised by gamers? Thanks for all you do. Because gamers despise everything, but that doesn't mean they're not going to throw money at it. Wheat is fruit? Botanically? That's interesting. Am I the only one buying your CCs? I think once gamers catch on to the idea that they can sell shit that they get in games, they're going to be all about it. If RC ensures that that is part of the GME marketplace, it will see a lot of acceptance and success. Imagine if you got, $20 for fucking grinding Elden Ring all night. Or I mean, Elden Ring doesn't have random drops, but you know what I mean. Fucking Diablo, whatever. And then you can sell off those items to people that, don't have time to grind them out, or, you know, whales in China who want to be the best. I think gamers still despise mobile games. I think mobile games just appeal to a broader audience. My buddy has $5,000 in CS skins. Yeah, exactly. So between selling CCs and playing video games, we could all have brand new careers. I mean, that's where I see the potential in NFTs, right? Is that like it's creating tangible, it's the idea of creating tangible assets for a digital world. I think that's important, especially with the, you know, automation, especially the automation of jobs coming in the next couple decades. People need something to do, right? I mean, sure, we don't want to work, but PC gamers are super elitist, except, yeah, consoles make bank every cycle. I mean, that's just because we have better graphics and latency and everything. That's all. That's the only reason. That's why they're elitists. Because it's more elite. Buying a console is the same like buying penny stocks. I had to quit a mobile game after spending $38,000 on it in 2001. Like you said, I had to be the best, and it was a pay to win RPG game. Jesus fucking Christ, man. There's downsides to NFTs also. Don't get me wrong. It's not all fucking. It's not all upside. Oh yeah, there's still a market. You know what I think? I honestly think that, and I guess I don't care if they steal the idea. I honestly think that GameStop's absolute best thing they can do in their stores is set up good testing procedures and set up testing benches for used PC components. PCs are on like a 1 to 2 year upgrade cycle, right? And the worst part about upgrading your PC is getting rid of your old one, right? Like you've got to go sell it to somebody on Craigslist. It's shady. If you could just trade that fucking PC in for a discount on parts for your new one, almost every PC gamer would be about it. It would also open up PCs to people that can't afford high-end gaming computers because they could buy into the last generation of computers, which are generally still good enough to play games on. Oh, Trash Dan, I almost banned you because you wrote hot girls and boys in caps. Can you train someone to do that for $15 an hour within a margin of error? Stop making sense. SS will attack you for being too smart again. Dude, I'll never forget that comment. That was the funniest shit. That guy who wrote like that whole fucking spiel about like how I knew too much about the markets and so I must work for Kenny. You said before that once a call goes in the money, it starts to act like the stock. If I'm up 50% on BTU June 22C, should I sell and buy 25 or 26, etc.? I mean, you can. You can take your profits out and increase your leverage if you're confident that the stock is going to continue up. Like, I work in IT. That idea is pure gold. Do you know how many places pay to have their computers taken away? Can you imagine how much money GME would make if they gave discounts for it? Yeah, I know. I'm a smart guy. How funny would it be if State Street has been managing GameStop's short position? I'll tweet it later. What's the lowest note you can hit? Mm. I could probably go lower than that. Trash Dan will be back later, guys. Don't worry. Save your voice. ASMR day tomorrow. Egg futures because of bird flu? I mean, all you need stores to do is collect the. Yeah, I've heard you speak lower than that. I had high hopes. I don't know. My throat's not in the best place today. I'm not a throat goat like Danrod. Where is Danrod? I haven't seen him for a while. Open interest. When OI is shown for options on a site like Yahoo, would that be a cumulative number of just the ones that have been settled or exercised? When you see open interest, as long as it's up to date, it's the number of contracts currently open at that strike. Thanks, Trash. Making PC components more cost effective would also provide some interesting leverage in GameStop's negotiation with the console companies, too. Yeah, or cause them to abandon them. I'm here, not that you give a shit. Fuck you too, I guess. I mean, but you're not the throat goat, Carl. Unless you want to try to claim that title, in which case I suppose we could have a competition. I've had McDonald's breakfast without eggs. I don't like their weird egg shape and texture. It's too thick. I don't want a thick fucking egg. I'm gonna sell some covered calls and cash secure puts. I hope there's a lot of FTDs to deliver in the market so that standard and S&P pours 500 rockets up. I thought you were only on your paper account. Morning shill. Dave told me options are bad. What do I do now? He didn't. He said don't buy weeklies. Not that I don't believe that the vast majority of retail investors lose money on options. I am trying to actively teach people not to do that. Spearpoint had a Twitter webinar earlier this morning. Also, apparently, just selling options the best turd. If everybody's making markets, there's no volatility. There's just markets. Spearpoint had a Twitter webinar earlier this morning, and yeah, it sounds like it's about Rite Aid's data they can utilize. I haven't listened to it much yet, but they're still proceeding, so bullish. Interesting. Their eggs are like overcooked, right? Because I mean, McDonald's employees don't give a shit about the condition of the egg. You guys need to try. And I know I hate fast food, but McDonald's breakfast I will allow myself once in a while. You need to try just the plain sausage biscuit. That's where it's at. You know what? McDonald's breakfast is the best fast food. I said it. I'm not taking it back. Percentage chance Ryan drops a 13D stating he bought another 10% of BBBY. I think pretty slim, right? Have you tried the McGangbang? No, that sounds disgusting. Is that what Buffett gets? No, he gets like the Egg McMuffin, like the worst of the McDonald's breakfast sandwiches. Not only does it have a thick egg, it's got that weird, like a ham chunk on it. This volume is brain melting. Dude, the breakfast bagels were actually delicious. When I when I had my job where I used to have to travel a lot, I had to spend many weeks living in various parts of the Midwest, and you know, sometimes your breakfast options were extremely limited. But they always had breakfast bagels back then. They were amazing. Huh. Sausage and Swiss croissants are the best. Interesting. Yeah, it was disgusting, but it was very good. Casey's gas station breakfast pizza. I found the guy pumping my stock. McChicken between the slabs of a McDouble. Oh, no. No, I don't think I had ever had those. McDonald's lobster rolls? What the fuck? The double down? Those were good. They got rid of those, right? They stopped making the double down because it was just a heart attack. I need to know if I'm wrong. About what? Casey's breakfast burrito? That's definitely not the best breakfast burrito that can be had. Huh. Yeah, they still sell McGriddles, I think. Salty pizza. I've been in a Casey's. I wouldn't have eaten anything that they were selling. When I was poor, I'd eat off the dollar menu and fill our water cups with Sprite. I'm still poor. I just used to be too. I've been in a Macy's, yeah. I think, yeah, I vaguely remember McDonald's having pizzas. I don't think they had them in America, though. But I do remember hearing about it before. They have their own kitchens, so it's mostly fresh. Yeah, I mean, relatively. When you open up a fast food business, your flagship burger should be the V Whopper. There's still KFCs that have buffets. That's not dead yet. And there's still Pizza Huts where you can like sit down and order dinner with like a salad bar. I mean, I didn't grow up where there were Hardee's. They don't have Hardee's in New York. Sit down Pizza Hut was considered fine dining. I mean, yeah. Marlboro Browns, number 27s. Is Ruby Tuesdays a thing? I think they went out of business. You are not shadow banned. Sisyphus. Sisyphus? No, golds are lights. Thoughts on bank layoffs and their mortgage departments? Housing market slowdown? I mean, we're years away from a housing market crash, Dork. At least a year, if not longer. And if anything, it's going to be from inflation and reduced income potential within households. Should I refinance into 9 to 23% variable rate? Um, Sisyphus is one of the people being eternally punished in Hades. It rings a bell, but I haven't brushed up on my Greek mythology in quite some time. You don't think that the big increase in interest rates? The thing is there's not a lot of variable interest rate loans right now. They're starting to get more popular, right? Like banks are pushing them harder, but right now I think only like 3 or 4% of the home loans currently being serviced are variable rate. I think the risk is going to be that people bought houses that were way the fuck out of their price range in order to save money on rent. And I think, we'll eventually end up having to rent those out just to afford the cost of the ownership, which will flood the rental market and then cause rent prices to decline, which will then have a backlash on the property owners who will then have to sell. And then the mass selling can cause a crash. Have you had John's of Bleecker Street? Yeah, it's all right. I just assume that overextended poor people would have low quality loans like that. I think this housing crash is going to hurt the middle to middle upper class more than it hurts poors. Poors just don't own homes anymore. This isn't like fucking '08 where, anybody can buy a house. This is just only middle class people own homes now. It's just they're not going to be able to afford the homes they own. The next housing crash will affect the rich as all the money flows upwards. And remember the rate of that occurring is exponential, so it's constantly faster and faster. If we see a housing crash in the next 2 years, that'll be what, 14 years out from '08, which was, almost 100 years out from the Great Depression. So the rate at which they occur is increasing. I'm actually upper middle, lower middle, upper class. Upper middle, lower middle, upper class. Interesting. Middle class people in California literally don't exist. Homeownership is a fantasy here. For the most part, yeah. So if a recession is going to happen, GME can't save us. I don't. What do you think? Everyone's invested in GME Smooth? Sure, people with money invested in stocks who are, managing their money well can continue to make profits. But no, a recession affects everyone. You will own nothing and you will be happy. No joke. This was the IMF slogan at their last summit. Another double bottom today? Dude, I had a buddy who got a job out of school at one of the FANG companies in SF. And he was living in his car for like the first year and a half of his employment. and like showering at a 24-hour fitness, and he was making 130 grand a year. Like, there's something wrong with your fucking housing market if somebody making 130 grand a year needs to live in their car. I mean, he was an idiot, but like, I'm sure he could have found housing. He didn't want to live with other people, but still. Do you think people like Larry and Ken deserve so much money? No. I think the incentive was hit a long time ago. So people that argue on the idea that like CEOs need all this money in order to incentivize them is fucking ridiculous. Because at a certain point you have more money than you'll ever spend. Institutions that are buying up properties will get hurt in a crash of the housing market because their asset values will drop. I mean, he couldn't like really afford a studio apartment with his like student loan payments. It was almost out of the question. No, it was a Honda Civic or Accord. It was an Accord, a little bit better. No one calls it SF. Yeah, they do. PayPal rip. Ooh, and it's doing a little thing. Is this anticipation of earnings tonight? Fuck, man, that's cheap. Buy some weeklies, see what happens. Earnings was last night for PayPal. They beat revenue, but not EPS. Okay. Well, I like it, unless volume's about to tank. And I just bought the peak. Why do people always tell me about rips when they're like over? Or is it? You safe target. Volume's stagnating. This is nice. Citadel beat Enron 2.0. There's lots of similarities. What? What similarity? You think they're bad? No, it's cool. It's not over. What's your safe target on PayPal? Like 92? There's like a little quick scalp play there, maybe. I think 90 will be hard to break. Yesterday or night, I think I mentioned indicators you actually use for TA and trading that work and show real value information. Can you please say which? I forgot to write them down. For oscillators, MACD, TTM squeeze, and DMI plus minus on long-term time frames. Intraday, VWAP and volume. VWAP, volume, and EMAs. I don't see any comparison between Enron and Citadel. Everyone just thinks Citadel's committing crimes. T-Doc turning around. I really don't want to browse away from my scalp play. Fuck, I'm not going to get assigned. I don't know. This doesn't look that good. Here's a good question. Why didn't this pop up on the scanner? I need to look at that. Send me that one in the report. Oh, BBBY, gamma and delta. Gamma neutral is at 1750. Delta neutral at 1971. Put call reversal at 1830. So it's trading way below its delta neutral right now. I don't know what Vega neutral is on it, but that would be like probably the floor. I mean, just remember when you're talking about Citadel, you have like RSS going on for a year, like, oh, Kenny's bleeding to death. Look at Citadel going broke. And then you have like Citadel on their earnings going, we made 6.7 billion off of volatility. So, yeah, maybe just take the things you read on Reddit with a grain of salt, you know? That's. Listen, if the punishment for a crime is a fine, then it's not really a crime, right? It's like an infraction. That's the difference is people are, you know, they're breaking rules, right, when they pay these fines, but they're not committing like felonies when they're breaking these rules. And they never admit fault, they just pay the fine. So there's no plea of guilty, there's no jury of their peers. This is the way it's been done forever. That was a quick 50%. I should just take my money off the table, right? And not get burned. I should definitely take my money off the table and not get burned. I already got burned. That was quick. There we go. I got filled at 150, so it was okay. $20 a contract or whatever. If you need to tell someone this, they're already fucked, to be honest. Fair enough, JJ. I didn't get burned. I still got a small profit. I didn't fucking set a stop when I entered it, which I should have, but you making more money now, whole streaming, or were you making more money all by yourself? For a long time, when I first started streaming, I didn't really make any money. Um, like I wasn't making money on YouTube, and I wasn't trading very much, right? So this was like early March, and then I was just spending money on bills for like this entire period until like June. And then in June I started trading a little bit more. And then I want to say by like late August, I made a graph somewhere. My profit started to just like go way up, and it's been climbing ever since. I took a big hit in December through Feb, but my portfolio is now above its previous high. But that's because I was rolling that fucking massive chunk of GameStop options for weeks, months. And the reality is, I could have just bought thousands of weeklies. Yeah, I'm not making the scanner public. I don't even have access to the data it needs. It's mostly he's making the scanner based off my idea, but he has access to the data that it needs to function. So he gives me like you know, like when it hits, he gives me like a list every day of stocks it hits on. But I don't run it or anything, and it's still very much in its infancy. I wouldn't say it's reliable by any means. It picked up Docu, which was a really great run, but it signaled CLVR probably either too late or way too far in advance. Same with sends. It signaled sends way too far in advance. Recommendation for a resource on how to use VWAP and volume for intraday trading. Good luck. I'm not here to teach you to be a better trader. That's something you need to do on your own. I'll teach you the things you need to know, but when it comes to strategies, you need to build those yourself. Don't ever try to use someone else's strategy. You will fail. As someone who's tried to use many other people's strategies in the past, you will never find the same level of success you will with a strategy that you've built and understand. Knowing them all is good, don't get me wrong, but you can go look them up. What you need is understanding, not strategies. Strategies are bullshit. There's millions of strategies. They all have a mediocre success rate. Some are slightly better than others. Most are sub 60% hit. Snap and Phase C might be, although with Facebook doing a little better this quarter, I don't know. I expected Facebook to not do very well, and they didn't really. They didn't do great. But they did good enough that I'm not sure how much Snap is going to benefit from that. If they'd done poorly and their price had dropped even further and Snap had continued to, be showing positive signs of growth, even though they missed, they barely missed on estimates, right? Which is they are growing at a faster rate than a lot of other social media companies, which is encouraging and should bring interest. But I'm worried that with Facebook doing mediocre, that interest may stay there because of Instagram. I'm still confident that Snap is undervalued, but I may have to be in the position longer than I wanted to initially. We'll see. I still have a lot of time to determine that. That ad with the 3 secrets to trading is a lie 100% of the time. Anytime someone's giving you free money or telling you, this will make you money, they're a fucking liar. Looks like possible minor FTD cycles in place due to the RC buy. If accurate, BBY is likely to see a volume tomorrow or Monday. Price action unlikely to follow significantly though. Thoughts? I agree. Currently delta neutral driving up also. I know you don't follow options, Gaff, but institutional parties are already pushing up on the call chain on the dip. So, if delta neutral currently above gamma neutral, which is interesting. I think it's got some range, not a lot, maybe like 18, 19. But it's a big move for a stock trading at $14. So if you think that the FTD pileup is going to coincide with where delta neutral lies right now, I could see a big move or a decent move. %20. That's fucking nuts if you have options, right? That was the numbers I was thinking as well. Diminishing returns, though. Well, not only diminishing returns, market direction, right? If the SPY is going to continue to tank or move down to like 410, all that active fund pressure could just defeat any potential. Thoughts on Rig with earnings on Monday? I don't know. Maybe I saw my calls on the IV bump. Do you think we'll see something like last week where it just shoots up at close and halts? I mean, maybe. Gaff YOLOing into Teledoc? I don't think so. And this is why I don't talk about things. Don't buy weeklies. They're shit. They're risky. They're dangerous. And price, even though FTDs are in place, and even though there's potential movement from the options chain, that doesn't guarantee price action. If active funds are selling out of the stock, it's gonna get crushed, and it'll just trade fucking sideways. PayPal's gonna try to hit your $92 target. That son of a bitch. Of course it is. Oh well. Sometimes you're right and you're still out. I wasn't gonna take the risk on one DTEs, frankly. What about sell weeklies? I mean, if you can time the top. You playing Apple earnings? I mean, I have covered calls sold on Apple, but they're up at like 170. I'm not really super worried about getting assigned or called away. What doing step spy? Oh, why is this sorted like this? Gross. Oh shit. That's fun. GameStop's gonna do a little rippy here. Bulls are back in town. How do you feel about AMD calls for June? I have some, but they're very close to the money. They're risky a little bit, but I mean, AMD is very cheap right now if their earnings are good. Especially if they're better than the rest of their competitors. Like if they beat Nvidia and Intel and Qualcomm, then whew. I mean, AMD's like half off right now, essentially. Why no Aider? Profitable company, cash on hand, undervalued, and a short squeeze. I mean, I don't like it. I don't think it's a profitable company. I don't care about their cash on hand. I don't think they're undervalued. I think they're worth about $3 or $4. And the short squeeze potential is minimal at best. I see potential liquidation, over exuberance, and some FTDs. Yeah, they short the fuck out of AMD before earnings. It's pretty common. Why do people buy AMD weeklies? Also, Gurk, AMD is half off. But that's AMD is half off is not a near term valuation. EPAM? This is interesting. I mean, it kind of looks good. Consolidating a little bit right now. I I think it's gonna move up again, but I think maybe only into the top. I mean, even if it just moves into the top range of this resistance at like 322, that's a huge move notionally. Um, but you don't play options, Gaff. It's hard to tell if it's going to be a real turnaround. Like a move back to 425, I'd say is a little harder, but it could happen. I mean, even the volume profile looks pretty good. I really like the DMI on it. Filled that gap in. I mean, I think the upside gaps are more important here. The options liquidity is not even, well, it's not great in June. That's July. I mean, any money betting on a move's betting on it, and mostly the near term. So, yeah, I mean, I think it looks good. The KD crossover is nice. Yeah, I agree. There is a short term play there, but it is, I would say it is longer to see it realize, prices back in the 500 range. Even historically, like I could see it just in the next couple weeks moving back to like 3. I'm gonna save that. Do I cut here? Oh no. The V's running up. Stop working on this worthless stock and go to the SPY. I mean, it's getting rejected at 425. That was a good bra. SPY. What's oil doing? Sector shift? Ooh. Like BTU might be about to rocket. No? Did a little bit. Interesting. Dude, look at this fucking growth on Campbell's Soup. Campbell's Soup's gonna be my best play of the year. Jesus Christ. So get out of my overstock shorts. Ah. X pushing back up into that 3250 range. Well, Apple and Amazon earnings signal the direction of the whole market. They'll have an effect. I think I misunderstood your play. I have a lot of cans, but no shares. How fucked are we if Amazon falls back to 2,500? Well, I'll be okay because I have puts, but the market might not be great. To be fair, I only have puts to hedge my CSPs. But I mean, if it tanks, I'll definitely be buying some Amazon, but a lot cheaper. Rad pushing up. Awesome, Gen Gen. And if you get denied, just apply again. Rig rip on the 5 minute. Ooh, nice. Yeah, oil things. Rad pushing up. Cool. SST's holding a little bit of a higher channel today, huh? Nordstrom's pushing up. What's Dillard's doing? What is Dillard's? Dillard's back over 300. What the fuck is wrong with this stock? I sold up here at like market open here on the 21st. And it's already almost back to the same price. I should have bought the fucking dip. God damn it. SPY looks like it's going to retest. Still bullish. Is your SPY position to play off earnings tonight and open tomorrow, hence the small risk? Are you planning to follow the trend today? I mean, it depends on how hard it prints today. Also, I just had $300 of settled cash in the account, so I was like, fuck it. I'll buy a SPY call. I've been doing some of my own research, and I found some evidence that puts actually cost different than shares. Are you spreading misinformation on your channel? I don't know what you're talking about, Walford. Ader is just turtling sideways. Just thought you should know. I'm aware of what it's doing. I'll probably get stopped out of my puts on Theta before I get stopped out on further price drop. But I kind of warned everybody getting into Ader puts so they could stabilize in like the $3 or $4 range. DDS jiggling like DDs. I mean, you can say the same thing about GameStop, truth state. Except it's a little more reliable on DDS. Any notable FTDs due for GME tomorrow? And today we have March OPEX FTDs on the market maker side. ETF FTDs haven't caught up yet though, and those tend to be more substantial. ETF FTDs from GameStop are still coming in from like early March, that period where we were being shorted really hard after Feb OPEX. Selling wheat $10 puts, same like free money. Curious. Out of the money options don't hurt me nearly as often when I sell them. Yeah. Well, remember, they're giving away 50% of their money, according to Lauer's tweet, to options writers. So, I mean, above GN makes assignment less likely unless we have very significant volume. Like, we really have to be running to move the price above gamma neutral. Streaming is dead. Long live streaming. Thanks, Bill Ackerman. 110% gains on the last Tesla break. If it breaks 76, my next target is 895. Nice. Jesus, just realized how cheap BlackBerry is. That might not be a great thing, though. You think stocks squeeze easier or harder without options? That's relative, right? It's harder for them to squeeze when they have options, but their squeeze is more stable versus, a stock without options where a squeeze is it's easier for a squeeze to happen, but it has less stability. Also, if there's no options, there's like you can only really experience like FTD and short squeezes, right? I would have spent that money on smokes and pepperoni anyway. Dude, Spy looks fucking good, man. How much percent plus you calculate for buying leaps when you're out? 10, 20, 50? What do you mean, Bastion? Like, at what point am I willing to sell them? I just closed a SPY trade for 155% profit on 10 contracts. Nice. Damn. I don't know why, but I don't like playing QQQ as much. Even though sometimes it outperforms. But it's consolidating. It looks great. 135 CC safe for GME? A little risky. For tomorrow? Maybe not, but it's a little risky. I feel like I have another call somewhere. Didn't I buy something else? No? Okay. I'm just losing my RSI is fine. It can absolutely keep pushing up. Transitioning into streaming from Redbox? Dude, they're a bit late to the fucking party, man. There was some mention of like Amazon being interested in acquiring them. Yeah, Docu moved up pretty nicely. I'm still not interested in Docu until it crosses like that $91 range. I'm a bit interested in Tesla legging it up to fucking 900 though. Where is 900? I have that marked. Yeah, that's good enough. Fucking Home Depot. And Visa. Do you guys see this shit on Visa? Glad I held my calls. Even Cat's coming back up a little bit. Single digital rental with no other fee. That's interesting. Actually, the FTDs on RDBX are pretty compelling. Look at last week's volume. I will in a second. Kind of chasing this right now. Nearly delisting though. It won't squeeze unless someone with money comes in and comes hard. Why does it seem that Cat moves against the market so often? It's a value store. It's also undervalued. People trust it. It's safe. It's a good place to park cash. Again, Nvidia is going to break 200, I think. Everything looks good today. Well, I guess ultimately the stream title was right. God damn you, Visa. You sweet son of a bitch. Are you ever going to stop? Is anybody still in on Visa with me? This is fucking dope. Better question. Did anybody buy Visa when I was talking about it at 200? Nice prices. What is dead may never die. Long live the S&P 500. I had 2 10s. I have 2 10s. Quite a lot of 2 10s. Wyckoff go Burr. We're back in the channel, baby. No, I didn't buy Visa. Only G&E on Freg's Day. Rip. Sorry, turd. Can I tell you about my good friend, the stop loss? Oh, no options? I'm not interested. Wait, Gaff, can I do it? Can I just squeeze the shorts? I'm rich right now until I pump all my money into Cardano and O. So VIX gonna fill its gap when the SPY hits 427.28, then market dead. The VIX doesn't fill gaps, bro. It's a fucking volatility index. Don't try to analyze it. My TA on VIX isn't working. No, I'm just fucking around with Gaff because he's super bullish on Cardano. I mean, I am. I bought a bunch. He convinced me to buy a bunch of it, but I regret it already. I don't like holding things. That's the first time you've compared Visa to Cat. Oh, we've played the Visa like 220 bounce a few times or 200 bounce in the past. It's been a pickles pick like for months because it always climbs back up over 200. I always overhold anyway. Fair. Kramer says differently. I mean, you could always go listen to Kramer all day. If BBY hits $15, we're rich this week. I have Algorand already. I have the same amount of each. I'm never gonna get assigned on my BTU puts. Sad. Do we fail phase D when we close under 122? We need to trade volume below the trend. We really haven't. We've fallen below the trend a couple times, but the volume traded in those ranges is basically nothing. And is easily attributed to GameStop's volatility, right? The GameStop's just volatile. I mean, expecting it to track perfectly with any trend is silly. The fact that it's tracked so well over the last few weeks is astounding. Yeah, off by about a day. Credit card companies show people spent. Also, Visa raised their rates pretty unforgivingly. I don't even know why I'm looking at this point. Not done yet. Home Depot at 313. No. Like 140, 141, or yeah, 140, 41 to be more precise. My girls always talk cryptically. I told my girlfriend that all stocks are breaking up this week, and she said, same. I don't know what that means. Just tell me what you're thinking. What would be interesting about that? T Dog down 45% on the day. Oof for Kathy Woods. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but nice opportunity for everyone else. If you look at her last few buys, it's almost like her buys are being targeted. It's ridiculous. It's like it's like watching Popcorn Trader trade or Moonwind. Thoughts on AMD continuing this run into earnings, or is this a short-lived bump? We'll see. I mean, if the market keeps coming up, AMD will too. Do I really want to buy ARK though? It's kind of cheap. Kathy Woods and Melvin should probably sub to Dillionaire. They would get better returns. I mean, yes. Year over year, I've beat Gabe Plotkin into the ground. Am I the best investor of my generation? No. DFE's like the same age as me. He's definitely better. Close. Fuck you, Moonwind. You suck. Good job, Carl. Would DFB be better if GME had not happened? I don't know. I'd have to track the rest of his trades. Yeah, I definitely didn't beat Kenny. Is it better to avoid high open interest contracts or does it not matter? You don't want to avoid those. You want good liquidity. It reduces your slippage in the bid ask. I'm negative 4.12% lifetime. I mean, that's actually not that bad. Like, there's probably people that are way worse than that. Hood, calls, or puts? I don't care. Don't play it. It's volatile. Yeah, his watch list was huge, but like, what was he actually invested in besides GameStop? Also, it's still very unclear if DFV was actively trading or just investing. Like, were all of his investments like 3 to 5 year targets, or with some much shorter term? And there's indications that in his videos that like he was investing both short and long term. Can you be more than negative 100%? Sure. You lose all your money, you make more, and then put it in. Yeah, I know he wasn't interested in AMC. Although, what little fucking around I did with AMC, I made money. I just didn't have any ever. I never had any faith in the company, especially after what happened in January. I think Wang is down more than 100%. Made 2K buying calls, puts at open for Roku Hood and other, and selling IV. Careful doing that. So selling the strangle is statistically not profitable. So buying those like out of the money calls and puts and hoping for that pre-earnings IV bump is not a like long-term profitable strategy. It loses more often than not. So be very careful with that. Oh, I'll watch that later. Thanks, man. The Santa Cruz. I mean, wait, is Roaring Kitty in here? Maybe he can just answer himself. Our Roaring Kitty slash Roaring Kitty imposter seems to have extremely in-depth knowledge of DFV's positions. If it does, it might test 900. I have some 875 calls for Tesla, but they're a little further out. Because candlestick patterns are horseshit, Stefan. And mostly so are gaps. No, the SPY's bouncing because all those are bouncing. Nutdog. It doesn't work the other way. The index tracks the underlying, not the underlying tracks the index. There is some back and forth there, but do you think they're in control of GME and are able to bring it lower and lower, covering obligations at lower highs until they're out, barring external catalyst? Max FUD, I know. I mean, yeah, but then they just create new obligations by doing that, and then we get another run. So it's not max FUD. It's true. But I mean they also compound. They create new obligations. So in dropping the price and crushing volatility on GameStop, they generate future obligations that they then have to cover again. I'll look at them occasionally. If they're big enough, sure, they might have some influence on the market maker, especially in like liquid option stocks, but they're relative. And I'll note them, but I'm not playing gap fills. If there's like a compelling gap fill where there's like a long-term resistance, right? And, you know, there's a gap in that resistance and the stock is, you know, trading in this range, then, you know, the likelihood of it filling that gap is higher because, you know, it's going to move up to that resistance anyway. And then the gap is just kind of like icing on the cake, but I don't trade based on gaps because I think it's inconsistent. Sometimes things gap up, valuation is realized, and the market maker has no interest in driving the price back down to that range. Not all stocks are, you know, packed with failures like GameStop. Is Tia and the Spy useful? Yeah, it has a lot of interest. It's very liquid. Speaking of TA on the Spy, this might break out. Here. It's already breaking out. Sorry, not selling the straddle, buying the straddle. He's describing buying the straddle. So he's buying long options with the hope of IV pumping into earnings. So you buy them cheap and yeah, this is a scam used by like a lot of investment gurus, right? And they buy into a certain strike and then they get other people to buy that strike, thus pumping IV to increase the value of the contracts they already own. But statistically, it's a losing trade. Consistently over time, it will return negative returns. or it will have negative returns. Just because you've had success with it a couple of times doesn't mean it works. That's confirmation bias, right? I don't know about that, Dominic. Do you think that most of us learned how to trade on GME is good or bad? I mean, you've had to learn a lot of hard lessons early. It means your expectations for other stocks might be a little much. I think the biggest problem there is that people focus on the wrong things when looking at other stocks because they've traded GME. So they look for like these big volatile moves. They don't look for like things like consistency or range, right? They're just like, I want this to go from nothing to a lot. And that's, not fucking reliable at all, right? Is Wyckoff still in play? Yeah, we're back. We're back in the channel. Sorry to ask, is it considered day trading if I buy shares, sell a CC, and it gets executed within 2 days? No. Ooh. Big limit up. Here comes the down. I don't know about that. I think it's got more upside. Can you day trade CCs and collect profits on the difference? Yeah. Although, when you're selling CCs, you're not really day trading, right? Because you're already long the underlying. But yes, you can open and close contracts within the same day. It's so weird. Why am I watching this? I'm like more excited about my one DTE spy call than I am about my 10x Visa calls. Bro, we've all been asking ourselves that for the last year. Rusty, dude, everyone's got to start somewhere. It doesn't make you a poor loser. I'd be very careful in how I deploy it. I would try to get in on the bottom if I could. And I wouldn't take too much risk. Even if I only doubled my money, that's better than losing 100% of it, right? That's the biggest problem with GME runs. One of the biggest problems is everyone wants to turn, you know, $500 into 50,000. But, you know, turning 1,500 into 3,000 is very good. It's quite acceptable. Because then you can turn that 3,000 into 6 into 12. And with a much higher degree of certainty and consistency, you will far exceed the person who does this once in a matter of months. Not only that, they'll probably lose all of that because of how they invest, right? Consistent compounding gains beat everything. Look at Warren Buffett. Fucking dude's got like $50 billion and $1 trillion in assets under management from buying fucking textile companies. You can gamble or you can get rich. There's really always two choices. And especially when you have a small amount of money, you want to take as little risk as possible, right? They'll always be both, and they're all the most fun stock market plays were huge gambles that paid off, right? But when you look into them, they weren't really gambles. And there's a big difference between a high confidence thesis and gambling. Was August enough theta for SST to play out? There's just no guarantee SST is going to play out. If I had the option, I would not buy it right now. SST played out 3 times. If you made money on that, awesome. At this point, it's not reliable. If you made a bunch of money on that and then lost half of it, like me, I'm sorry. If you made a bunch of money on it and then lost all of it, like some others, that sucks too. But the risk was always present of that happening, right? Like it sucks, but it was a known factor. I don't know why people bought into Clover in the first place. I was like, here, look at this thing my fucking unreliable scanner picked up. Let's see what happens. And then everyone thought it was about the fucking congressional vote. So no one even listened to me in the first place. And people just like to buy cheap shit. You'll lose more money on hope. Hope is the worst. Don't ever have any hope. The fuck is HMHC? I didn't buy that. No one hurt me, it's true. What ticker is Hope? I thought I was supporting the Irish community when I dumped my life savings into Clover. Full trap. Not working. That's working. I'm thinking whatever 2 contracts I can get at 750 a piece, closest to the money when the August chain opens. I mean, even if you can only get 1 contract close to the money, or you can only afford like 1 at the money, 1 out of the money for IV. As long as you play them well, you should make decent profits. And still make money on CCs. Yeah. My hope misplaced? Should I have no hope, no smiling? Just alpha and theta decay for the rest of my life? Yes. The flow of bull mayo would be unstoppable. How difficult, expensive is it to get out of a CC if the stock runs? I mean, it can cost more than you got in premium. I don't like this. Pushing so hard. Stagnating because it's the middle of the day. I don't know if people are ready to hold positions overnight or not. There's big earnings tonight, so I think there'll be some fear. When do August call options appear? I mean, I think I have them on here already. But some brokerages, you might have to wait till... Yeah. No, August 23s are open, not 22s. Some brokers you might have to wait till like May 20th to see them open up. They're a monthly, so hey, look at GameStop doing its thing. Did you bail on your GME puts? Yeah, I sold them all off on the drop. I wouldn't say bailed on them. I just made a bunch of money on them. I mean, the GME options release schedule has changed from last year. Possibly. Or they've just opened up further out strikes to better hedge their volatility. Puts greater than CCs if you aren't broke. Yeah. Or both. If you know the price is going to go down. The owner of the house that I'm renting just texted me saying he's switching property management companies because they were going to jack up the rent. He's going to keep my rent the same. Big wins. That's super cool, man. That's just in. Bearish sentiment rises to all-time highs in the market. Not even kidding. Okay. What do they call your specific haircut in Persian? Fuck you, man. Ooh, nice. Doing a thing. If I could spy options aren't updating again, which is annoying. All right. Out of that. BBBY doing big ups after everybody cried about it all week. Let's run it. What makes you decide when to use Henkei candles versus regular candles? Um, it really depends on what I'm looking for in the data. If I'm looking for trends, if I'm looking for volume. If I'm like putting stops on options, I don't want smoothing, right? Precision, I guess. Like regular candlesticks are more precise. Also, the liquidity of the underlying is important. High volume versus low volume. Is that it? That was the whole run? So far below fucking delta neutral, just pump, piece of shit. Cohen's FTDs? There's more tomorrow, I believe. What the fuck was that? Exactly. Dark pool dump, maybe? I wonder what the dicks like looks like for BBBY. I didn't even check. Eh, it's far more stabilized than GameStop. Max Payne's at 18 today. No, I'm gonna lose my SPY gains. Yeah, stabilize there. What happened? Hotkey something? It's weird. Hmm. How do I place a CSP and lower the theta? Wait, what? You're asking me a very weird question. If you want to sell a CSP on Clover, you would need the cash. It's a cash secured put. It doesn't care about the shares you own. What is a good indicator of a downtrend that's consolidating before a move to the upside? Bouncing on resistance, increased volume at the lows, showing that buy pressure is still there. I don't think buy pressure for this is going to remain. It's falling off pretty hard. Yeah. I assume you're talking about a covered call? Like, how do you sell a covered call? Hold on. It's picking up a little. So we want to see volume move up, right? This is like, this is also like a bar, right? Bump and run. Or it could be, provided we find the reversal part. No, a Clover secured put. I feel like so many people should be learning how to do things before doing them with real money. It's unreal. You're not wrong. Again, I encourage people to paper trade. I'll never be able to get people to do it, right? Because people always want that the feeling, right? They want the visceral risk of the money on the table. Is it stupid? Will they probably lose that money even if they do have good returns in the short term? Yes. Think about it like anything else. I mean, most people spend an entire lifetime not ever wanting to practice anything, right? Because they want to do it, but they don't want to be good at it. I might paper trade forever. I'm chicken shit. Think about kids who like didn't want to practice an instrument or study for tests or you know and that's the majority of people, right? Like people don't like doing that. It's fucking boring. Um, and that's how people feel about paper trading, right? They'd rather just dive in and lose money than truly master the craft. Sometimes you gotta watch your replays. Why? I don't have time to do that. Failure is not the best way to learn. I teach guitar, and literally everyone wants to be Hendrix, but is shocked when I ask a 9-year-old to practice 15 minutes a day. Yeah. Yeah, but you'll lose all the money long before you master the craft. Yeah, but there's an option to fail without risk, right? It's a video game. Get good at it. Get get good, scrub. It could end at gamma neutral, which would be very exciting. Direction of blame is an important strategy. You don't always have that option, though. Sleep tech and value. Sometimes teachers suck. And it was the subject matter was not taught well. Gamma neutral currently on BBY, it's like 17, 17 something. Hold on. I know the answer to this. 1746. Delta neutral's at 1971. Are you able to post your own charts into Pickle Financial for comments from other users, or is that a no-no? I don't care. Just don't cross-post Ader horseshit DD. Quote unquote DD. Spike is running tomorrow or sell-offs in Power Hour. We'll see. I still think Apple and Amazon are gonna. There's gonna be a little fear, right? Do you think you ever really stop learning when it comes to trading options? No, because there's always something new, a different company, a different play. Don't get me wrong, there's trading styles for people that don't want to learn more, and that they're effective if they're learned properly. You don't have to be super passionate about learning to make steady income. Thanks for the talk yesterday. I took your genius advice to buy low and sell high, and now I'm making some money. Sold HD at one of the peaks, bought Cat and BBBY at the lows, pod racing now. Fuck yeah, Ben. Whenever I do really well on a trade, my dog's farts smell like burnt toast, and I have to take a nap for about 15 minutes. That doesn't sound good. Just having small strokes. You should get out and walk around a bit or something. I actually picked up some calls on Tesla, Victor. I got some 875s. I think it's going to move up. So we'll see. I mean, they're kind of printing right now a little bit, but they're not in the money yet. Visa and Home Depot is still pretty stable. I don't know if I want to hold those overnight. That's a good question. Interesting. That's on CSPs on O. That's how I enter them. I usually sell them kind of far dated because I sell them pretty cheap, but like pretty far out of the money. But I've gotten filled a couple times. I also have a standing buy order at 65. So anytime it drops to 65, some of my money goes there. It's not the best long-term investment strategy, but it works. And obviously I adjust that. This is not just flat 65. I was buying O a lot cheaper last year and the year before. Thank you for your input on Cat June 220s earlier. Almost back in the green on my position. Awesome, dude. You think BBY average at 18 is not bad? I think that's a good average. I think getting in below Cohen is tough, right? If you can, or you're just entering it, that's great. But how's Ken doing the same thing? You don't know what the fuck Ken's doing. Don't act like you understand multi-strategy fucking market makers. Smooth. One is not equal to the other. And getting arrested is not guilt. Has he been convicted of a crime yet? No. Will he be? Probably not. Multi-strategy MM, same like me selling full port worth of CC 0 to 1 DTE? No. Let me know when you're ready to call me the best trader on the channel. I'm up $47 today. Congratulations, Popcern. I don't know who the fuck that is, but no, my monitor setup does not look like that. I just use 2 monitors. I don't understand why people need like 18 fucking monitors to watch a stock. It's such bullshit. I have at least like 20 trades open usually at any given time, and I just use 2 monitors. More monitors does not make you a better trader. Yeah, if you're entering now though, which I don't think a lot of people are, but I mean, there's a chance to average down here. It's very good. No worries, smells like Updog. Cat, I mean, cat is in a nice price zone, right? Cat's about to break 210. If it does, 220s, 215s look promising again. If it gets rejected here, though, it can fail pretty hard. But I think it looks strong. I think it's going to push back up, at least to like 217. Even GameStop doesn't look too bad today. We're at the bottom of Wyckoff. Why not buy some 135? 140 is 2 weeks out. Because there's no guarantee that the price action isn't going to stagnate in this range. Right? Like, sure, we can move up into that range, and, we people have been doing that already. People are buying, the bottom of these and making money, selling their calls and their recovered calls at the tops of these bounces. But as consolidation goes, these movements should reduce in their volatility, and then if we do find a floor, and this is our floor, we should just trade on it in a narrow range. Like, we can continue to consolidate, right? So each time, theoretically, there should be less range on the upward price movement and downward price movement, ideally. GameStop's volatile, though, so there's a little more than a normal stock would have. If I know a stock is going to move to the right, how do I make money off that? You can sell strangles and just harvest IV while the stock trades sideways. You can sell iron condors, which are, as long as the stock stays within the range that you suspect it will. Any ideas for a new great stream hit? I was talking about this the other day. We need a CNS song, a CNS song, Dan for hire, desperately. Thanks, dude. I bet BBY goes back to 1420 and just sits there for the rest of the week. I kind of agree. That's what I'm thinking. If Apple and Amazon push good earnings. Nice, man. Seems like you're doing things. I mean, only time will tell if they're right, but It's a scenario where Apple doesn't have bad earnings. Just seems that with the chip shortage and China shutdown, forward guidance is Bear City. Not saying to play ER options, just thoughts on the market. I agree. I mean, I don't think the next quarter for chip manufacturers is going to be good. Any of them. Maybe the next 2 quarters. Can you get John LaJoy to do a CNS song? That'd be amazing. He's funny as hell. Apple has good earnings, but end of the day red anyway. Amazon has okay earnings, green. Nice. What's your play for AMD earnings? I don't have one. I have AMD, but it's for further out. If AMD goes up a bunch after earnings, I will sell my calls. Can we have a Cena song to the tune of Wonderwall by Oasis? Oh boy. I don't know. Dan for hire, is that something you're capable of? That's a tall order, turd. Do you need me to come over and help, Dan Almighty? I do have an acoustic guitar, and I'm largely hated at parties. So yes. Randy Newman Cena's song. I think I'm like kind of short on, I gotta re-up my nut mix. Cena's needs to be a rap song by Too Short. Hmm. Dude, AMD's about to push 90. Home Depot getting ready to move to another leg up. Spy's not done. 428, I think. See, this is what I'm talking about. See how your consolidation can continue to just kind of drag? Not in relation to Wyckoff, but just this to the thing we were talking about the other day with day trading. And this sucks when this happens because you just get stuck in a trade while fucking Theta eats away at you. I'm already out of my spy calls. I do think it'll break higher, but I don't want to wait for it. And if it gets rejected, you got like 3 more hours until it fucking starts to move back up again. And then also with the end of today and Apple earnings, be careful holding spy calls into close. because we could see a sell off into the end of the day. Jimmy's still in phase D. Yep, it bounced back. So all of that and nothing really happened. Thanks, Mike Mia. Had some personal issues surface this week and traded emotionally and without conviction. Could be a big life changing up, instead, slightly down. Gonna go walk the windy beach. Have a nice day. For sure, Taz. I'll see you tomorrow, man. Have a good one. You got a CNS in me. Randy Newman. I don't own an acoustic guitar. How much money did short hedge funds spend to keep us in phase D? I mean, it's kind of self-fulfilling, right? Not a lot. Also, how would I answer that question ever? I don't know. I'm not Citadel's fucking accountant or Susquehanna's. How's your attractive neighbor? It's still crazy as fuck and keeping me up all night. I think their so-so earnings are still better than expected. It's not a good way. It's just she just like has really loud conversations with her cat that sometimes get like borderline verbally abusive at 3:30 to 4 in the morning, and for some reason the wall between our two apartments where my bed is just paper thin. I can hear her when I'm in my living room too, but it's worse in my bedroom. I think that's what we call in the professional world a crazy cat lady. One in the making, but she's like 27 and looks like an Instagram model, which is confusing because you'd think those wouldn't be the like that. It's not like she comes out of her apartment in like an oversized sweater and like jorts. It's very odd. She know that you're an online influencer? No. DDS is one true MOASS. There is a cat because it meows at like whatever door is shut till 6 a.m. Welcome to the demand zone. See, anytime I talk about this shit, webcams shows up. I mean, toxic masculinity. I don't want her to come to my apartment. She's fucking crazy. I want her to move. I complained to the building management, but her apartment's like $13,500 a month, and they won't fucking kick her out or actually say anything to her. She has a balcony. I don't pay $13K a month. My apartment's like $3,500. Well, she has like the corner apartment with the good view and a balcony. I don't have a balcony. You pay a lot more for the balcony. She's your sugar mama. I have no idea. T-Doc pushing 33. Yeah. I think her apartment's like a 5 bedroom also. It's huge. It's like 2,200 square feet or something. Both of the apartments on that side of the hall are gigantic. So there's like 6 apartments on my side, and on the other side there's 3. I don't know. There might be another cat. I think it was Monday night. She spent 6 hours on the phone with her mother complaining about poor service at a local coffee shop. How much would your portfolio need to be to make from 2K a month from CCs and CSPs? Figure you could probably get Yeah, it depends on the stock you're selling it on. Different returns for different levels of risk. I don't need to put a glass against the wall. The wall is fucking paper thin. I could, like, I can hear everything that happens in our apartment. It's the worst. I think it's just a sheet of drywall. I don't even know if there's, like, it's attached to anything besides the ceiling. 1 second, guys. It's the real me. I'm fine. It's not a nice situation. I want to move. There's supposed to be another apartment opening up on like the 15th floor, I think. If they let me move to that, I'm absolutely going to. I fucking hate pineapple on pizza. We've been over this so many times. How many stories is your building? I think it's 42. Yeah, but hopefully if I move to the 15th floor, the paper thin walls, will be with a neighbor that fucking has a job and goes to sleep at night. You should move in with me. I'm a terrible roommate who never cleans up after himself, makes a lot of noise late into the night. I'll only charge you 80% of the rent for the garage space. Sounds like a better deal. Why would I ask my dates questions about financial literacy? It's not like I'm gonna have them manage my money. Trying to move again. Let me DM you some of the updates we did to our spare room. Dude, I could definitely fall asleep to somebody blaring Golden Girls all day. Have we ever considered that she's spending all night talking to her mom about the guy next door that never stops talking about his CNS and dick's pics? No. Because you don't want them messing up your credit. How would that happen? Financial streamer house. TSM's newest brand. Tesla heading to 900. I know, that's why I bought 875s like 2 hours ago. My credit isn't ruined, but man, do I have nice stuff. Reversal trend on GME via double bottom post short attack. So it looks like triple bottom actually, but who's counting? I'll just hire another mover that doesn't fully move my shit. AMD looks so strong. Wow, do you agree? Yeah, I said, didn't I said, hey, AMG's really cheap at these prices, and then people are like, I'm gonna buy weeklies. You know, and they got fucked. They're screwed. But some people just bought AMD or bought long calls, and they'll probably profit. Unless they got scared and paper handed. I bought Leaps too, Jonathan Winder. MD 520 100Cs are up 50% today. Nice. After being invested in GME for a year, I just diamond hand options now. Jan 23 $60 calls. It's really far out of the money, but it could work out.
Scan the coins or returns of vending machines for easy money. T-Doc running. Cool. No, my calls are doing good, but my cash secure puts are not going to fill. So, I guess I'm not buying into a long position on this. Oh well. Hold it overnight. I don't know. These are both up quite a bit. Yeah, Netflix is up a lot today. Back over 200. AMD up 5%. I mean, some things are running a little better than others. TQQQ is fucking killing it. 11% up today. My Tesla code. The question is, like, I have all these calls that are in the money right now, but do I hold them overnight? That's a tough decision. It's not so much that it feels like a bull trap. It's just that I feel like a lot of sentiment is going to be weighed on Amazon and Apple earnings. And I think Apple earnings will probably be fine, but Amazon I'm not as confident in. Sell half, hold half? Yeah, I could, but why not just commit and sell all of them? If I was gonna do that, I wouldn't leave very many on the table, right? Like a few of each, maybe. Probably sell like 80%, keep 20% on the table. Those cat earnings were not bad. They just weren't bad at all. They beat on both, surprise beat on both EPS and revenue. I just don't think they're going to be bad. I don't think they're going to be particularly good. Bot Wookie Cream, but I don't think they're going to be bad. Probably in line with Q2 last year, right? Like 80-20 Bastion. At 80% in shares. If I'm building a long position. And really if I'm not trying to enter that long position quickly, like if I'm trying to cost basis average into it over time, I'm probably selling CSPs and buying leaps initially. And everything's just like rocketing into close, right? Like this finally broke up. It's heading towards like 432, which is a key resistance point. Cap beat on both. Downies. PayPal technically beat, but basically only met estimates. Screamed upwards. It might not be crime, but it do be rigged. Yeah, I mean, and that's why you just don't play earnings, honestly. Like if you have a good thesis on a stock, it should be earnings shouldn't affect it drastically.
because you should have factored in, whatever move was going to happen due to earnings. But playing earnings directly is just a trap. Calls on OnlyFans IPO? Are they actually IPOing? Moon, stop making nutmix jokes. They're not even funny. I don't know, probably maybe. I just blurted it out. Damn. GDS can definitely go further. What's a good trailing stop percentage, or does it vary from position to position? It varies from position to position. It depends on the volatility of the underlying, the resistance it's at. Thanks, Lawrence of Arabia. I'm having an okay day. Is it still early on Sens, or Sens dead? I mean, I think Sens is like solid long-term investment as profits come in from the sale of their product. They're undervalued in that regard. Will you pull out of all your options or just a few? I don't know. We'll see what the trend looks like. If entering trades close to trend, then stop losses can be kept much tighter. Equals less risk and less waiting before price movements. Yeah. Any idea when the Rite Aid news is coming out? No. They had like a thing today, a conference. I didn't listen to it, so I don't really know. I'll have to get a hot take somewhere. Gonna have some cash from a house sale in a few weeks. I'd like to try some wheeling. What would be your top 5 stocks to research? Hmm. I don't know. I'm not really actively wheeling anything right now. Ford's a favorite for people learning to wheel. F. GameStop's nice to wheel for me because I'm already long on it, right? So I don't care about the risk of being assigned on cash secured puts. Yeah, I think Sens has like a good future. It's not why I bought into it. I have no interest in buying long term for, and yeah, a lot of people are gonna get diabetes still. Careful with that though, because there's the new mRNA drug that's in testing that like fixes insulin response or restarts insulin response. Isn't the best thing to wheel is something you're okay being long on? I mean, ideally, yeah. At least on one side of the wheel, right? I mean, so if you're if you've perfected the wheel, you don't actually wheel shit. You just never get assigned on CSPs, right? But the fact of the matter is that you can be assigned on CSPs, and it will eventually happen when wheeling stocks. So, then you have to sell covered calls till you get rid of them. So you don't have to be long on something, but you do want something fairly stable when you're learning, at least. Spirit Point Conference sounded like they were going to keep trying. Mentioned doing more research into a fair price point to offer. It sounded like they mentioned their previous offer may have been too high. Oh, that kind of sucks. But if it happens and you use CCs to exit the position, essentially, yes. Actually, there's several research papers that show that intermittent fasting doesn't do anything. So it goes both ways. It seems to be a very undecided topic. I intermittently fast inadvertently by only eating once a day, but that has really nothing to do with the goal of intermittent fasting. They said they wanted a friendly deal and wanted to work with a company, but they would look at hostile options if the need arises. Okay, that sounds like a bit of a retreat from what they were saying when the company flat out refused them. What keeps you from selling more weekly? One Delta CCs on GME with your position, even currently $70 a contract, adds up quickly if you sold another 50 a week. Yeah. I mean, I'm selling them. I'm selling the ones I'm selling and the percentage I'm selling them closer to the money at key technical periods in order to capture an equivalent amount as if I sold them all really far out of the money. Right. So I'm selling, at 0.3, 0.4 on reversals to the downside instead of selling all of my position at 0.1 and getting blown up. So I'm making about the same amount of money doing it the way I'm doing. Relatively, it's a little less, but I also don't have the risk of having my entire position locked up if an outside catalyst comes in, like the announcement of the NFT marketplace or something like that. I mean, fewer calories in means you lose weight. I mean, as far as weight loss goes, you can eat nothing but Twinkies as long as you're eating them at a calorie deficit. Like, it's not healthy, but I'm pretty sure that you could just type that into a Google search bar, Pookie. Investopedia, I'm sure, has an article on it. Just like any other financial terminology you don't understand, look it up on Investopedia. Thin people live longer. So do short people. Thin people get hit by cars and die in car accidents. I had a buddy who ate like nothing but fucking paleo nuts and berries for like 7 years, ran 5 miles a day, and then got a fucking brain tumor. So, and I'm over here smoking packs of cigarettes and drinking whiskey. I'm not saying my chances are better, but I'm sure I'll be killed by something else first. You also lose weight by doing drugs. That's true. It's an extreme diet. Setting stops on all of these. I think everything's just gonna keep selling off. Yeah. I'm not holding overnight. Fuck this. I'm just gonna take all the fatty profits off of the table and figure it out tomorrow. Think Jimmy will squeeze before then? I like to think so. Worst wreck you've been in? Uh, I was in a car that flipped like 15 times, going at about 90 miles an hour. I think that was the worst one. The trades, you just monitor the numbers, or are you looking at the mini charts? Depends on which brokerage. Sometimes I've just use the charts on WeBull. What are the risks associated with CCs? You can lose your underlying shares. There's a couple. Either the price drops so hard that you can't sell, right? Because your shares are locked up, or the price climbs significantly above where you sold the strike at. You get assigned selling your shares at the strike, and then if you still want to be long, you have to buy back in at a higher price. Which, given the nature of GameStop's price action, that's never the case, right? Because even if you got like assigned here, you could buy back here for cheaper. But it does offset. The shitty part about it is it resets your tax liability when you get assigned. So you don't want to get assigned. You can roll them out. You can buy the contracts back to avoid getting assigned. But yeah, there is essentially no risk besides that. So like if you're okay with being assigned, then you don't really care about selling CCs. I was in a car with my buddy driving back from Phoenix to Orange County, and he fell asleep at the wheel. And I was like, dude, wake up. And the car was on cruise control, so it was going like 90 or 95. And he like woke up and jerked the wheel and turned the car sideways, and it just flipped a bunch. I was actually okay. I had like some cuts. I had to get some stitches, but nothing too bad. Little bruised out. Like I was just bruised everywhere. Like my whole body was just like tossed around like a rag doll. So it was painful to do basically anything for a couple weeks, but no broken bones, no concussion, nothing. You get your flipometer with you at the time. Well, first we flipped front to back. I mean, you could count them. We were about 80 or 90 miles outside of Phoenix, so it was a while till the ambulance got there. And you could just count them by the holes in the ground from the car flipping over. The end of it was a little like after it stopped flipping end over end and started flipping on its side, it was a little harder to count them, but I think it was about 14. The airbags didn't go off. It was a 98 Camry. Forest green. No, I remember it. I was awake. I had like a big like a big rash, like well, bruise cut from the seatbelt across here. Yeah, he was okay too. Ironically, that's the third large car accident I've been in a 98 Camry. So I don't go out in 98 Camrys anymore. Like if someone has an old model Camry, I'm just not getting in it. Although I'm alive, so I don't know how to feel about that. When I was in high school, my mom had a 98 Camry and I used to like steal it in the middle of the night to go get cigarettes. I didn't have a driver's license. I was like 15. And we were like coming back to my house and this fucking car, like this dude was driving drunk from some party or something in his Mercedes, and he had his headlights off. And so we pulled out into an intersection and he hit us going like 65 or something like that, and knocked the car like all the way up this grade into the side of a tree. My friend was fucked up. He was the one driving. He got seriously fucked up. Cat just won't stop. It's doing things. All your friends are thrifty millionaires driving decade old Toyotas. Yeah, I wouldn't describe myself as being lucky. Check DMs for CNS song. Okay, I'll forward these to the appropriate songwriters. All right. Sleeping people fare better in accidents than those who are awake. If you're sleeping, your body will respond more naturally than if you're awake and trying to fight it. Well, it's like true for drunk drivers too, right? Amazon back to 2,700 after earnings. Trust me, bro. I mean, I have puts. I don't care what happens to Amazon, but I had to hedge my covered call or my cash secure puts either way. So if it drops, awesome. If it doesn't, I lose some premium. Okay, be honest. Which was more painful, rolling Camry 15 times or rolling GME calls from November to March? To be fair, I bought my GME calls in December, not November. But definitely rolling. You know what it was? Rolling Febs to April. That was the worst part. uh, I need to watch the newer seasons of that show. How do you think Tesla's looking for the rest of Power Hour? I don't know. I still have my calls there. Amazon rip or dip after earnings? Who the fuck knows? I don't think they're gonna have that good of earnings, frankly. Picked up Apple July 170C earlier today with Apple moving up pretty strongly. I'm now less sure it will suffer IV as much as Crush. Should I embrace the Crush and just sell 175 May but hold July? Hmm. Sell 175 May but hold July. You could do that to offset the IV Crush. First time cat option buyer here. This stock is awesome. I know. Yeah, but the other thing with Amazon is like it's hard to say if their earnings are truly going to be good or, if they're going to do some magical accounting and make their earnings good, right? Like last time. Did Ryan Cohen sell his Apple to YOLO into GME as stated on Reddit? Well, we'd have to wait for the SEC filing after hours, right? Do you live with your mom or do you have your own place? I still haven't moved out yet, and I'm 40. Jesus Christ. No, I don't live with my mom. That would not work at all. You know, I'm sitting here with access to both white cheddar popcorn, Pirate's Booty, and I gotta say, Pirate's Booty is better. Does your mom have a spare room for me? Will you be a good son? The GameStop partnership with Microsoft is not an advantageous partnership for GameStop. I'm not complaining, just wondering if this is a legitimate bounce or a dead cat one. Thoughts? Also, Dan for mod. I mean, if the spy's able to push up above 432, it's a legitimate bounce. Ube yogurt covered pretzels. No. Are you in love right now? I mean, with myself. I'm sure I'll see my sons on the daily post MOASS money bag. What Amazon Union? The one in New York City? I don't think that's like a widespread problem. How and why would Apple and Amazon earnings affect Tesla? Apple and Amazon earnings are coming at a fairly key point during a slight market correction. They are key tracking components of consumer spending, right? Also, two of those three CEOs have you know, rockets. I was told there would be music when I joined. Oh, did you join? Thank you so much, dude. I didn't even see it. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Hit me up on the Discord, dude. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade this is popcorn code.
Amazon 1 DTE at the money are fucking $9,000. Yeah, they're not cheap.
But we ain't no cult.
Have you ever had any run-ins with the mob? Define run-in. I mean, that's kind of how I imagine, like, super stonk mods, right? After drinking Mountain Dew all night and raiding on WoW with their clans, they, just, like, open up, you know, computer share and Yahoo Finance's GME chart. And then, you know, their mom needs them to, like, take the trash out. And they're like, I'm investing, Mom. And, yeah, that's... So it's tough for me to take them seriously. Holy BBBY buy wall. Is it fat? No. Sell wall? It was just 26,000. Did it get eaten up? It's a big out of the money straddle. I mean, basically, right? Don't attack me. Yeah, I'm in on Tesla right now. I just don't know if I want to hold it overnight. I'm out of all my other positions for the most part. I still have Cat. I'm out of Visa. But Tesla, I just don't know. I kind of don't want to carry it overnight. But I bought May 20s, so tough. The last time I didn't carry Tesla overnight, it fucking did this. So, you know, I don't want that to happen again. That would stink. I think the smart thing I'm gonna do here is just sell off like half of my calls at 875, and then, or like a little more than half, and then just hold a couple and see what happens to them. Would it be very smart to sell it off and pay off their long-term debt? Yeah. Also, fat special dividend, right? I think it'd be smarter for them to split it off into another company and maintain the brand and continue to own it. I'm still down about $2 on them. IV crashed. Yeah. Although IV didn't spike that hard into earnings, so at least you didn't get murdered on it. Oh my god, it's 3:35. What strike on GME calls? For what? GME's not really doing anything right now. It can't even break 130. When do you think BBY go boom boom? Tomorrow looks interesting. I mean, you enter GME calls whenever the fuck you want to, but I'm not buying any right now. If you're thinking about buying GME calls, think carefully. Because our current trend is not bullish at all. I just said tomorrow looks interesting. I'd say you should YOLO your money into BBBY weeklies. $128. Moon's gonna get fucking assigned again. Oh. I need to go back and find the timestamp of me telling Moonwin that he could pay for his new house by selling covered calls 3 weeks out at 180. 3 weeks from now when we don't hit 180. Didn't you want to send it to me, Foddy or Foodie? I mean, Moonwood might just get assigned today, right? Don't even need to wait for Friday. Fucking paper-handed bitch. Thanks, Big Mac 8000. I love your screen name. You think it's funny or something? What? Who would exercise $1 in the money one day out? Market makers looking to return shares and drop the borrow rate? What do you mean wipe that smile off your face? Moonwood getting assigned is hysterical. You're fudding me right now. I mean, yeah. I was gonna end the day green and go to 217 and after hours. My 210s would like that a lot. Supersonic living rent free in these people's heads. Yeah, I see that. It's okay. That'll be a thing for a while. Fronium, why are you writing the number of shares owned by insiders? Because it locks up all your money for an entire year. You can do that if you're willing to lock up all your money for a very long time. Like you could fucking buy GameStop right now, sell a 150 leap for Jan 2023 or 24, and then just hope you get assigned, or you've just locked up, $13,000 for fucking 2 years, and the person holding the contract just never exercises it, or they exercise it at a point in time where the stock's like $250 and you've missed out on $100 of upside. That's why you don't do that. I mean, my entire position isn't going to be. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if my entire position is ever going to be long term, but the majority of my position isn't going to be long term until June and August. You and Moonwind placed like 7th, right? I think me and Moonwind both have more shares than Larry Chang. The CFO has more shares than I do. There are two people that I know of that are actively here that have like 6x shares. Have you ever sold CCs on your entire GME position? In March, when we were trading at like 340. I am not one of those two people. Just saying. I mean, one of the guys bought pretty near the low in like December of 2020, and then the other guy bought in Feb. Six X, like over 100,000 shares. How terrified were you of getting called away? Extremely. For a while. And after that, I never sold cover calls on GameStop again until this year. I didn't sell leaps. I sold 30 DCEs. Like at the money. I mean, if we find a bottom on GME, I don't know of a more profitable stock to sell CSPs on. But we have to find a bottom first, which could take some time, and they don't last long. So when you like, so I've sold CSPs on GameStop all along. But here's the issue: is that like when you find that bottom on our cycle, and like we finally hit it, you need to sell like massive leverage into that dip in order to like really profit, because then it gets kind of erratic, right? So when we do find that like stable low, I generally sell as many CSPs as I feasibly can. And then the worst thing that happens to me is I just have a lot more GameStop, right? And I get margin called a little bit. Just a little bit though. I mean, by massive leverage, I mean I sell like a bunch of CSPs and then a bunch of naked puts. Do you expect upward price action tomorrow? It looks good, but it's so much slower. Like our bounce back is way slower than the previous ones. We have at least one 7x holder in the chat. They both have less shares than DFV does, but they have a lot. If you're better at me, then why were my taxes higher, Moonwind? And yet I paid less percentage than you. You made less money than me. Fuck you. Better than me. Kiss my ass. You made less money than me last year. You've definitely made less money than me this year. End of year tax battle for 2023, 2022. At this point, dude, I've already made more money in cover calls than you too, because you sell shitty cover calls at the end of the week. I'm in less than both of you, so you have to plug yourself into the matrix, Stefan. Is Moonwind your brother? No, not related. Nope, well, I'm stopped out of Tesla, so it doesn't fucking matter. Cool. I don't have to worry about that shit anymore. I wonder if everything sells off hard into tomorrow and overnight, and then I can buy back into everything tomorrow for the next stage of the bounce. That'd be awesome. I mean, trash, at least both of us earned it, right? I don't think either one of us just had it handed to us. Actually, a lot of both of our money was made in the same way, unfortunately. Which I hate to draw comparisons between me and Moonwind, but we both YOLO'd into AMD when it was worth nothing. If you ever really want to feel sick to your stomach, listen to two people argue over whose daddy has more money. There's a lot of fine Ivy League schools on the East Coast where you can experience that kind of hot action. How long have you and Moonwind known each other? Since the stream started, sort of? Who made a higher percent on AMD? I think I was in before him, maybe. What year did you get in to AMD? So you didn't make your money prostituting yourself for cheeseburgers? No. You know anyone in this chat? IRL? Nope. That was like, yeah, so we both bought in around the same time. My cost basis is like 1242 on the shares I still have left. The only money in Oklahoma is oil money, and by that I mean several generations of daddy money. I see. Are those people your best friends? Fair, yeah. I suppose people could be watching the stream and I don't know. Every Coke has its Pepsi. Pepsi's a way bigger company than Coca-Cola. $1K likes before the stream ends. I don't think that's gonna happen, is it? Are we even close? Can we do it? No fucking way. No. Thanks, Trash. Don't FUD us. No fucking way, really? The ratio is so far off, though. No, it's a 988. Before anybody even says it, I'm not getting frosted tips if we hit 1,000 likes. Daddy money? No way. Everyone in SoCal bought their 1 to 10 million homes with their own sweat. How is that possible? There's only 1,100 people in here. That just means you guys are just in here all day without liking, waiting until the very end. Bastards. I'm also not getting a perm. If you guys don't like the stream, then we can't bring new people in for me to immediately get rid of, which lowers the entertainment quality. But there's a cycle of concurrent viewers. I bet 500 plus weren't here all day. Maybe got out in a few hours ago and didn't like until now. I mean, yeah, that makes more sense, but still. I love how this community will splash out on 510 weeklies with real money, but's conservative about the like button. I think Google live stream numbers aren't accurate. Probably not. That's just rude trash. Yay, guys, Moonwin got assigned. The like button is scarier than buying deep in the money Tesla options or spy puts. I mean, true. Hey, look at that. Print puts? Fuck yes. It's already down 200 bucks. I'm glad I didn't hold my calls, right? I'm about to pick up some free Amazon shares if this shit goes below 2400. No, my CSP is open, but I have puts. Relax. It's only down $300. Oh, these puts are so great. I'm gonna hedge everything from now on. Please teach us how to hedge. I bought May 20, 2800 puts. It wasn't that complicated. Well, I'm not really playing earnings, right? I'm just hedging my cash secured put. It's not my fault this happened. I didn't sell off, 50 billion in market cap. What percent are you up? The brokerage I'm in doesn't track options prices after market close. So I'm not sure. I'll find out in the morning. At which point I'm sure it will have bounced a little bit and fuck me. But I mean, they're about $200 in the money. I just bought puts because of earnings. So if the CSP gets exercised, you profited on the downward move even more. That's the hedge. I mean, I bought 5-to-1 puts. So I bought 5 puts at 2,800. So if I get assigned on my CSP, then I will be able to pay for those shares with the puts I bought. Plus a little bit of profit. Provided it stays this low. I don't know if it will. Either way, I'll get some money from the IV spike tomorrow. Would there be an IV crush? I think I bought him really before the IV spiked too much. Like, IV was a little elevated, but I bought them far enough out that it was less. And I bought it before the bigger IV spike. So IV is gonna crush, but the IV on my earnings, like on my call or my puts, isn't that bad. What was the bad news on earning? Amazon negative 7.5 EPS. Okay, anyway. End of day. GameStop. So we got shorted down pretty hard beyond the market movement this morning. We were expecting a little higher than usual FTDs today, which I think we see playing out here decently in the volume at 1.76 million, which is a little higher than we've seen recently. I think yesterday was like 1.4. So and we had okay FTDs yesterday also. But our standard range still like 1 to 1.1. So 600,000 maybe FTDs cleared out today. And I think we see a lot of that price action occurring in this window when the market started to rally and put pressure on CNS, pushing us back up into our Wyckoff trend, and closing, sub 130 for the day. We didn't really break back up to that next upper resistance at 132. So while this is sort of a bounce, we do have more FTDs tomorrow. It's still just more chop, essentially, right? Like we're not really breaking out of this zone. We had more volume traded here than we did here, except for the drop. So VWAP started to climb pretty decently into close. If we go out to the Wyckoff chart, we're seeing like highs and lows, but they're very, very concentrated. And either that'll mean that we're gonna stabilize in this trend and at this resistance, and we might have found our bottom. So if this really is our bottom, any dips we see will be short-lived, right? Intraday. So and holding this LPS. This is a very, very strong support. And slipping this is an indication of over shorting almost, and would require a significant amount of creation and share borrowing to drive us back down to this next resistance at 107. So I think we're going to consolidate. It's looking better, right? And just within that little range right there. And if the market picks up and we have some FTDs, we might see another high, like another peak. But right now, it doesn't look like we're gonna see one, especially with the shit going on in after hours. But a strong turnaround in the market will probably equal some turnaround for us. And I think that's about it for the day. BBY trading below gamma neutral and gamma neutral below delta neutral over there, with some FTDs coming in tomorrow. So tomorrow could be an interesting day for BBY, maybe moving back up into that 1750 range. but I'd be careful with it. It's had some wonky price movement over the last few days, and I'm not really sure why we're seeing these like large intraday buys come in. But it could be, very short-lived if there is a breakout. Yeah, Yo-Yo's still around. I could ask her. I'll see if she wants to pull one up for tomorrow for BBBY and GME. I think she's just been busy with other stuff and work and things, so. The breakout could be short-lived for BBY. Yeah, because it's just FTDs, right? And they can try to, if there is a breakout, they can try to push it back down. And it's not in line with other obligations, right? What does LPS stand for? Last possible support. Apple also dumping. Yeah, so probably a rough day tomorrow. We'll see how it plays out overnight, and I'll update everyone in the morning on, expectations as always. Why did you draw that jump? Oh, I was just fucking around. This is the demand zone for longs. This is where we were seeing the highest amount of buy pressure pickup, but it's also just a joke. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog. It's not a hot mic. I just opened a video by accident. Thank you, Trash.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.